case is a new business case on page 3. Inspector Nash Maddock, property address 2880 Northeast 33rd Court. Owner, Hawthorne Manor Condo Association, Inc. Case number BE 2207-0209. Notice posted at the property on 8/3/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Maddock presenting the case as read. This case was opened on June 25th of 2022. During our visit to the property, we observed seawall and dock in heavy disrepair. I posted unsafe structure at this time and issued order for the repairs to be completed. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner on July 25th, 2022, and notice of hearing was posted on property on July 26th, 2022. Current status of the case: as of today, permit application has been applied for this violation. Permit number BLD-BDSP-220-825. At this time, we're asking Your Honor to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 28 days to come into compliance or fine of $150 per violation per day thereafter.
I'm sorry, 28 days or
$150 a day thereafter.
All right. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Michael Weitzner. I'm the attorney for the association.
All right.
Hawthorne.
Anything you'd like to add to what this gentleman said?
Yes. So the only thing I would like to add is that this is a substantial project. I don't believe that it could be completed within 28 days.
Yeah,
I understand there's a necessity for having it completed. However, as the inspector said, the area is condemned and there is no threat of danger to individuals. But we want to do this properly. We have put in the permits. We have hired engineering companies to come out and inspect, but work can't be completed until the permits are in. And once we get those permits, it's still going to take time to actually complete that work. So
You have a contract to do the work?
Yes, we do.
All right, and is there a scheduled start date?
Unfortunately, no, because the permit hasn't been approved yet. The way the engineer we have works is until a permit is given, work can't be started, so there can't be a start date until we have a permit.
The 28 days is for a permit to be obtained.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
The 28 days, it's for the permit to be obtained.
Yeah,
For this
okay.
project, and after that.
This is a dangerous situation. We got to start some way. So I'm going to find that the violation does exist. 28 days to comply, $150 per day thereafter.
Right.
You can,
Thank you.
if you're really making progress, you can request an extension, as you probably know. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 34. It's a hearing to impose fines. Inspector Nash Maddock, property address 3201 Port Royale Drive, SD, case number BE 2109-0158, owner Port Royale Propco LLC. This case was first heard on 1/20/22 to comply by 4/21/22. Fine suspended as noted, one section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $5,900.
Good morning, Your Honor. I will
Morning.
let the respondent speak. By the way, the case has been complied. The permit has been issued, and the fines have been imposed, but
I'm sorry, so it's complied, and this is a hearing to impose fines?
yes.
All right.
Hi,
Yes, sir.
good morning. My name is David Fernandez. I represent the owner. I'm the contractor that actually doing the work for them. So as the court officers say, we already have the permits. It took us a while to do the permits, but we're investing heavily in this, or the owner is investing heavily in this apartment building, and we'd like to request a reduction in fine if it's possible at this point. We have all the engineering work. We're going to pour into this building around $150,000 to repair all the issues. So we'd require, see if you guys can be kind enough to reduce the fines that the owner have incurred.
Well, you're out of compliance a long time.
Yes, we did, and in this, the The problem with that is that it's a job that requires engagement of engineering and analysis to the building. Then we proceed to get the permits, so which is take a little
I'm
bit
sorry,
of time.
did you state your name for the record?
Yes, David Fernandez.
Okay, all right. Okay,
So as I was saying, it took us a while to get it in, but we already started the work as of last Monday. We foresee that it's going to take another 3 months to go through it, but it's a kind of tedious and long process to complete this work.
all right. Anything further from the city?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to grant the city's request to impose the full amount. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Chief George Oliva, property address 3010 Northwest 68th Street. Owner, Gardens at Palm Air Condo Association, Inc., case number BE 2204-0093. Notice posted at the property on 8/29/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22. This is a new business case.
Okay.
Usually Gary comes.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
George
morning, Mr.
Oliva,
Oliva.
Chief Building and Construction Enforcement Division. Case as an address as read. They did submit the report to us, but the report needs to have corrections done. So we're gonna request a 180-day extension for them to come into compliance, or $100 per day thereafter.
All right. Okay, who's going to speak on behalf of the owner?
Frank Laporta, I'm the property manager.
All right, and ma'am, state your name for the record, too,
Oh, Lori Russo?
if you speak into the microphone.
Lori Russo?
All right, okay.
President of the
Yes, sir.
association.
Anything to add to what this gentleman said?
No, we agree. We're asking for an extension, correct.
All right, I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, excuse me, I'm sorry, is on page 35. It's a hearing to impose fines. Senior Building Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1013 Northeast 13th Street. Owner, Palm Point Warehouse LLC, case number BE 2204-0080. This case was first heard on 5/19/22 to comply by 7/14/22. Two sections not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $6,200, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Building Inspector Leo Martinez representing the city. Case and address as read. The case is not in compliance. I will let the defendant to speak.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I would allow the defendant to
Okay,
speak.
all right. Sir, if you'll speak right to the microphone and state your name, please.
Yes, sir. Manny Aguero, property owner for Palm Point.
All right. Okay, tell me what's going on here.
The property is currently empty. We have it sealed off. We have the architectural plans ready to roll and submit for application for permit. What has been holding us up has been our engineering, and we're just requesting a short extension so we can apply for permits and get the situation rectified.
Okay. City's position on an extension?
I know that the building is empty, so how much time?
If 30 days, I think, would be more than adequate.
30 days?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, city doesn't have any opposition to 30-day extension.
Okay. I'm going to grant a 28-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 8. It's a new business case. Senior Building Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 111 Southwest 23rd Street A. Owner, Andrews Warehouse LLC, case number BE 2203-0014. Notice posted at the property on 7/29/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Building Inspector Leo Martinez representing the city. Case and address as read. I visited this property and met with the owner of the business, Mary Griffin. She walked me through the property and I observed walls removal, new opening on the fire partition, new electrical panel, a new power poles, new AC unit, and ductwork. The property was cited for work without permit under Florida FPC 2020, Section 105.1. This case was opened on March 2nd of 2022. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner on March 3rd of 2022, and the final notice was mailed to the property owner on April 6th of 2022. We posted the notice of hearing on the property on July 29th of 2022. The property owner and business owner and the contractor have been in contact with me at all time, inform all the steps that they're taking in order to address the violation. As right now, Your Honor, a commercial alteration permit was applied on September 13 of 2022. The permit is in progress. We're asking Your Honor to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance or fines of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your
Sure.
name, please.
Just for clarification, my name is Mary Griffin, and I am representing the owner.
All
I am the
right.
tenant of the building.
Okay. Seems to me 63 days should be adequate to get this
Yes, we're ready to go as soon as the permits are,
right. Okay, I find the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 31. Chief George Oliva. Property address 49 Fiesta Way. Owner Christopher M. D. Donato. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Case number CE 14090617. This case was first heard on 1/15/15 to comply by 9/15/15. One section complied at $50. City total costs are $113,850. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1275.
All right.
George Oliva,
I think it should be $1250. Right, $1,250 per the agreement.
It don't matter to the city if it's $12.50. That's okay, Your Honor. George Oliva, in behalf of the city, case and address as read. This case came into compliance and the city is requesting the fine to be reduced to the administration cost.
All right. Just state your name for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor. John Phillips. I'm the attorney with my client, Mr.
All
D.
right.
Donato. Ms. Hassan and I had discussed this. There is a circuit court action regarding Homestead, which is interdependent with this. So I want to be here to put on the record, maybe Rhonda can confirm that the execution of the settlement of stipulation for dismissal and releases in the circuit court case, along with Your Honor, is interdependent with your approving the reduction to $1,250.
Okay, I've got administrative cost of $1,275.
No, it should be $1,250.
$50.
$1250. $1,250.
50, okay. All right, I'm going to impose administrative costs, $1,250.
Okay, again, for the record, it's interdependent with Ms. Hassan, the city executing the settlement and the circuit court action and releases of the liens.
All right.
Correct, Your Honor. So
Okay.
for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. I've agreed with counsel that we are settling, we agreed to the imposition of administrative costs in this matter for $1,250, as Your Honor has ordered, and then the circuit court action will be settled and resolved.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me, do I have a respondent here for 5990 North Federal Highway? 5990 North Federal Highway. Okay, thank you. Our next case is on page 36. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1384 Southwest 22nd Ave. Owner, Sauer Vandenberg. Case number BE 22010063. This case was first heard on 5/19/22 to comply by 8/18/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $1,350, which continues to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case analysis as read. 4 permits were applied on August 31st of 2022. The permits are in process. I'm gonna let the defendant to speak.
Good morning, thank you very much. Michael Madfus, architect for the property owner. We worked on the plans. It did take quite a while to get something that could be submitted to the city, which we've done. And now I expect it will take some time to review and approve them. So we're requesting 90-day extension. Thank you.
City won't oppose to 90-day extension.
All right, I'm going to grant a 91-day extension, stay the fines as of this date. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is a new business case on page 2. Inspector Nash Maddock, property address 741 Northwest 57th Place. Owner, JJEI Holdings LLC, Sophia Holdings LLC. Case number BE 2203-0140. Notice posted at the property on 8/3/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Maddock presenting the case and address as read. This case was opened on April 4th, 2022. During our visit to the property, we observed interior renovation started without obtaining necessary permits, including structural and electrical work. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner on April 4th, 2022. Final notice was sent to property owner on June 6th, 2022. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on July 28th, 2022. Current status of the case. As of today, permit application has been applied for this violation but has not been issued yet. At this time, we're asking Your Honor to find that violation exists and to grant the property owner 28 days to come into compliance or fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone, state your name.
Jeff Sofer.
Anything you'd like to add to
Good morning. Just want to say that we purchased the building. We were making some interior renovations, weren't aware that we needed to get a permit. And we, as soon as we found out, hired an architect, weren't changing anything like structurally outside or anything and didn't realize.
All right, so the city's request is 28 days,
Yes.
$50 a day thereafter?
Yes,
Is that correct?
28 days and $50 thereafter.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay, for the record, I find the violation does exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is a hearing to impose fines on page 32. Senior Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, property address 717 Pennsylvania Ave. Case number BE 211-20062. Owner, Yves Finalis, Marie Maxinet Vida. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 7/14/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. Case is still not in compliance. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
All right, state your names for the record, please.
Marie Finellis, I'm his daughter.
All right, and sir, your name is?
Finellis.
All right, what's going on here?
Currently, the roofer is in the process of fixing the error.
I'm sorry?
The roofer is in the process of fixing the error.
All right, what did she say?
The roofer, but the roof, ma'am, this is for a master bathroom and family room addition, so that would involve more than just a roofer.
Right now, they stated that the roof needs the, another inspection.
Basically, they have some issues closing one of the sub-permits, and they are working on it. So what they need is an extension of time. The city wouldn't oppose to a 63-day extension and stopping the fines.
Okay, I'm sorry. How many days extension?
63.
63. Okay, I'm going to grant a 63-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you.
No problem.
Our next case is also on page 32. Senior Inspector Alejandro Del Rio, property address 1812 Southeast First Ave. Owner, Robert Carey and Camille Fenn, case number BE 2201-0071. This case was first heard on 5/19/22 to comply by 6/16/22. Fine suspended as noted. 2 sections complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,300.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. Case is in compliance. I'm gonna let the respondent explain why it took so long.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. I did receive
your
my...
name, please.
Oh, sorry, Camille Fenn, owner of the property. I did, in the end, receive my CO a few hours after the previous hearing on the 18th of August. And if I can try to explain the situation a little better, I think, to be fair, if it wasn't for COVID, I think I would have got my CO back in 2020. I know this appears like it might be dragging, but in the end, I received my permit at the very end of 2018 and broke ground in December of 2018. So 2019 was most of the build. By January 2020, I had passed structural, roofing, doors, windows, pool, fence, landscaping, pavers. The last time that the inspector came to the property, and he was commenting how well things were going, I said, I'm just down to mechanical, I believe. He said, well, two of the inspectors just tested positive, and they're going in quarantine. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with that. There was also a portion, the gas portion of my plumbing permit, when I communicated with the only company that's available to us in Broward County. They told me it would be 6 months before they would come and connect. And sure enough, it was 6 months. We were in full COVID lockdown by then. But regardless, I did make several attempts to come to the city. I made calls, I left voicemails, and I came to the city a couple of times. And there was a line out the door. People had been waiting for 2 hours, someone named 3 hours. And whether I made the right decision or not, I thought I was being kind by giving the city a bit more lead time and let them recoup and catch up. And I can only think that the building department did recognize that COVID was causing problems and delays, because they sent me this email on February 24th saying, we are sending this notice as a courtesy to inform you that permit 1804, so on and so on, will expire if no action is taken within the next 30 days. Permit expiration have been paused since March of 2020 due to the COVID pandemic, but the permit expiration process has been restarted. But prior to that email, I had managed to reach one of the inspectors, and he said, you're fine. Do you have your final survey? I said, I don't. So he said, just go ahead and get that. And I had my checklist with all of the CO requirements, and I had most of that paperwork already ready. And I was trying to close everything up. But prior to COVID, I had brought to the attention of the city that I had been charged at several occasions, twice, for the project. They were changing their system to Excella, and there were discrepancies on the financial side of things. So I was told, and I pointed it out, that I was being overcharged, and they agreed, and they said that they would sort it out. So I tried to meet with several individuals to no avail, and a lot of people were telling me, yes, you are being overcharged. You just need to close up your permits. And just like the email said, I was just trying to proceed. So it seemed like I was one step forward, two step back. They were telling me that I needed to speak to such and such a person. So I did end up working with Mrs. Dulcio, who had me fill out a cost breakdown. And she was insisting that until we find out where I stood with my permit fees, that I could not continue to call in inspections. And I filled out the paperwork, and based on the guidelines, I was being told that my permit fee should be in the vicinity of $7,400, and up to Mrs. Dulcio letting me know on April 28 that my permit fee should be $9,925. Some others said that I was given a break and charged $7,761. But now the permit that I had been told were on pause, I was told now I need to refill a new application, and now I was being told that my permit had expired and that I owed another $7,761. So the fact that I had overpaid was being ignored. It'd almost be fair to say that the payments I was making were also not being reflected. And I was also told that I owed additional money. And to add to that, I had code enforcement that put a violation that I needed to get my CO. But I was already working with the city. So in order to try to get my best to come in front of you and get my CO, I paid the $7,761. I wrote a check. The following week, when I was sending a heads up to the code enforcement officer, he said no payment had been made. I said, that's incorrect. I've paid. I've scheduled some of my inspections. He did email me back, say, I stand corrected. That's correct. It has been paid. 5 weeks later, when I got my survey and my elevation certificate, I went to the city to find out that my account had been blocked. Once again, they told me that I owed $7,761. I presented my receipt. They said that my check was non-sufficient fund and had been returned. And I checked with the bank. They said no such check had gone through. So, Your Honor, I have compiled here for you or the city attorney copies of the receipts, the checks that have cleared out of the account, that are not reflected in the city ledger, a spreadsheet that I created showing the discrepancies, along with emails to the various departments showing my diligence in this matter and trying to sort this out as best I can.
Hang on
Sorry,
one
Ms.
second. We have
Fence.
some more
What's your
input over
request?
here.
What is your request?
I would like for the city to see that I not only was diligent, and there's barely a day or a week that I was not trying to work on this, and I was always it seemed like one step forward, two step back.
Okay.
I am told time and time again that my permit fee should be in the vicinity of $7,400 to $9,900. To date, I have paid $29,493.10. So.
Okay, what are administrative costs on this case?
Your Honor, I haven't calculated administrative costs, but I would agree to a reduction of the fines to $660.
I'm sorry, to how much?
$660. 660.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to reduce the fines to a total of $850.
$660.
Said 650.
$650?
Yes.
Yes, $650.
What is it that I can do, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I am here perhaps to turn in this paperwork, whether to the city attorney or to someone in your accounting shows that I've paid $14,000.
Okay.
I have
All right.
canceled checks.
I'm trying to clear this up for you, ma'am.
I have
and
paid
not imposed.
29,000.
So,
Ma'am, you can go see the assistant building official who is over here on the side. I don't handle permit fees. The magistrate doesn't handle permit fees. And you can discuss, and he can further assist you or direct you to the proper person.
The reason why
ma'am,
the reason why fines were incurred.
Ma'am, I've made my ruling, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 35. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 600 Victoria Terrace. Owner, Jorge Tabello. Case number BE 211-20044. This case was first heard on 4/14/22 to comply by 7/14/22. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case analysis as read. There are still missing permits. Pool heater permit is missing, exterior lights permit is missing, and the AC permit is missing. I'm going to allow the defendant to speak.
Hi, good morning. My name is Agustin Tomé. I'm a friend of Mr. Jorge Ceballos. I'm here because he had an emergency trip that he had to do to South America for a family problem. From the little that I know about what he told me about this, there are some permits that the final inspection were done. The engineering final was done, the zoning final was done, and the building final was done. So that being said, I mean, I don't know what still is open. If there's anything that that is still open, and what we are really requesting here is like if we can have like a 30 or 60-day continuance until he can get back and resolve this.
All right, okay. So tell me again, you've applied for the permits?
As I told you, I don't have all the details because he had to do this emergency trip last minute.
Your Honor, there were several violations on this property, and still there are 3 permits that hasn't been applied.
Okay, they have or
No, 3 permits remain pending. They need 3 more permits that have not yet been applied.
Which permits are those, Mr.?
AC, both AC, pool heater, the pool heater permit.
The pool heater was removed, so that's not there anymore.
The pool heater was removed?
Yes, we don't have that anymore.
I need to confirm that, Your Honor. But still, the exterior lights permit is missing, and the AC's permit is missing too.
okay. I'm trying to look for a way to solve this. It looks like just imposing the fines is the answer. So, and does the city have any objection to an extension?
28 extension days, sir.
Okay.
City will agree to it.
All right. I'm going to grant a 28-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Okay. Also, I want to know that the lamps in the...
Okay, that's all we need to say.
Okay, perfect.
28-day extension.
Thank you.
Get it cleared up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is a new business case on page 13. Chief George Oliva, property address 601 Northwest 65th Court. Owner, FHP Manufacturing Co., in care of Robert Bosch LLC, case number BE 2204-0202. Notice delivered via personal service to the general manager on 8/22/22, posted at City Hall on 9/1/22.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're on page 13.
What's the property address again, Tasha?
FHP.
601? 0202 end? Okay. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting for Chief Oliva. Case and address as read. The report was submitted, but it failed. A 180-day extension and $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. All right. Who's going to speak on behalf of the owner?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Scott Langston. I'm the general manager.
All right. Anything you need to add to what was said?
No, 180 days will.
I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 2. Property address 2549 Marathon Lane. Inspector Thomas Corley. Case number BE 2205-0252. Owner J&J Acquisition Homes, LLC. Notice posted at the property on 8/8/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hofeet Lautenberg here for the respondent.
All right, on behalf of the city,
On behalf of the, hello, this is Tom Corley on behalf of the city, presenting the case for BE 2205-0252, 2549 Marathon Lane. After research on the real estate line,
officer, would you adjust the microphone there a little bit? There we go.
after researching online, we found work without permits for new gazebo, wooden gates, one new kitchen remodel, 3 bathroom remodels, one of which was not listed on the property description, one new electric panel, new switches, outlets, electrical fixtures throughout the property. The case was opened in May 31st, 2022. Inspection report was mailed on June 13, 2022, and the final notice of hearing was mailed August 5th, 2022. The owner, Justin Hamilton, hired the general contractor, John Kupani, and has applied for some of the after-the-fact interior remodel permits. We're asking, Your Honor, to acknowledge that these violations exist and to grant Mr. Hamilton 63 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 a day
Okay.
thereafter.
All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right to the microphone and state your name, please.
Yes, sir. Hofeet Lautenberg here for the respondent. We do stipulate to the violations. However, I just want to clarify that the original notice of violation only included the wooden gate and gazebo. When they sent out the notice of violation and hearing, that's when they added on the remainder of the items. So just to be fair, he was not on notice of the violations back from May or June. He didn't get notice of that till early August. He did submit the applications for the permits. It got rejected with a note saying that the permit applications were not submitted, although they were. I understand that the contractor's trying to contact the city to understand why this is noted there, because the applications were submitted, all the permit applications that are noted as missing. So I don't know if it's, it seems to be an oversight or an error.
Originally, we went out to look. We noticed that because we got a few complaints, or quite a lot of complaints for that property, and we noticed that from the outside, because we couldn't get inside, there was nobody there to look to let us in, but we could see a gazebo and gates. So that's what we cited. And then upon going back and researching on for sale sites on the realestate.com, etc., there's before and after pictures showing exactly what's been done and listed, saying that these are all new electric panels, new kitchen, new everything. So it's clear what's being done.
Again, we're not contesting that the violation exists. I just want to clarify for the record, because he mentioned that the notice it started in May.
I'm sorry, what is it you want to put in the record?
I wanted to clarify, the original notice of violation included 2 items, because he said the notice went out in May or June.
May.
I wanted to be clear that the majority of the violations were only included on the notice that was in August. I wasn't contesting it. I get why it happened. I'm just clarifying, when you consider the amount of time you're giving to rectify the situation, that he hasn't been on notice for as long as they have set forth. I just wanted to clarify that detail.
Your Honor, Joe Pasquarello, Assistant Building Official. Let it be known that this property owner owns numerous properties throughout the city and has been a repeated violator. So he's fully aware. The only oversight here is the owner's ability to obtain permits. He's been advised multiple occasions. Again, I believe we have as many as 6 or 7 cases against this individual. I just wanted to bring that to the court's attention.
I mean, if we're going down that route, I mean, part of the issue we're having here is that they have initiated code enforcement cases against the same person on multiple properties at the same time, as if any person can suddenly get permits, 80 permits granted within 30 days. I mean, there's some kind of level of reasonableness to these procedures. And the fact that
Future could actually permit the work before.
I understand. So when you get an after-the-fact permit, they actually double the permit fees, which is a penalty.
That's by Florida Building Code.
I know, and what I'm saying is he's being penalized, he's doing his best. Like I said, this got rejected for failure to submit applications for all the permits, but they are there. I have copies of them. We just need them to check and see why it got overlooked, but we can't get anyone to work with us because clearly they have a vendetta here.
There's no vendetta, ma'am, and I'm going to object to that comment. Your client is a repeat violator. He obviously knows the law. He's been charged with multiple cases. So as I suggested, perhaps maybe he should change his business model and actually try to be in compliance with the law in advance. So it's no vendetta. If you have a question or the contractor has some question with regard to the rejection or the permitting, you can go see any of these gentlemen over here. That's not for the magistrate to evaluate.
I understand. I'm just, again, the focus isn't on whether the violation exists. The focus is on a reasonable amount of time to correct it. He is trying to correct it. The contractor is having a hard time dealing with city officials. They're rejecting things that for no reason. On top of it, the most recent notice of violation, I mean, most of them have very specific items in them. The most recent one just comes back saying work without a permit when everything has been permitted in there. So at this point, I mean, we will.
Oliva, can you clarify this?
Your Honor, the city is objecting to the comment that the attorney is doing. To begin with, we provide them a due process from day one to come into compliance by starting the process of applying and obtaining permit. We're not asking for them to complete the work in 30 days, just to begin to show progress, number one. Number two, my department has to follow the Florida Building Code, which I don't know if the attorney is aware of the Florida Building Code, but if somebody come to the city of Florida and they start buying properties, and they start converting this property without even trying to obtain a permit, that's illegal. And anything that is illegal in this city will be cited by the building department, by the police department. If it's needed, we will take somebody that keeps repeating with offense to the neighbors, with no consideration to the neighbor next door, or who's gonna move into the house in the future, or buy the property with other kind of violations that they were not approved. That's what we're here for. We're not here because we're trying to make the owner move away or anything. The only thing that we're asking to everyone here is for the property owner to obey the law of the state of Florida and the city of Florida, their ordinance, and before he starts doing any work in any of his property, to come and obtain the right permit. That's all we want to say, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe there's a neighbor here that would like to be heard.
Okay, yes, ma'am, would you
Thank you,
like to
Rhonda.
speak? If you, slow down.
Get to the mic and also state your name. Yeah.
State your name, please.
Holly Miller, and I'm at 2555 Marathon Lane. And I'm the one with the gazebo right on the property line. And you're right, he's got a bunch, but that's a bunch of complaints. And I was just here to find out what was going on with the gazebo, because apparently it's going to be an Airbnb and it's right outside my bedroom window. And, that's an issue for me. And the code enforcement has come a lot and knocked on the door when there was workers there, and they never let them in. So it's not like, you guys were very forthcoming to, show them the inside of the house. But that doesn't concern me. The gazebo does.
Okay, if I may respond. The gazebo is already, everything's being addressed. Let me just start with that premise. Again, I'm not faulting the city for enforcement. I am a magistrate myself in Cooper City, in Sunny Isles Beach. I understand. I understand that a lot of respondents come up and say, oh, they're targeting me, and I tell them, no, they're just doing their job. I get it. I'm not here to contest that. I'm here to ask for the reasonable time to fix it. He got caught. He did something wrong. He's trying to fix it. He's paying a ridiculous amount to get all these permits. Getting a general contractor out right now is impossible, and all the properties are vacant, so I can't. Well, my understanding is they're vacant. I can't speak as to what she's saying, but meanwhile, he's losing a tremendous amount of money. He's doing his best to comply. Permit applications have been submitted across the board. The one that came in with a general comment that says work without permit, without specification, we're willing to let the city come.
Counsel, you would know that we're not really here for another case.
I know, but I'm trying.
Speaking about facts not in evidence in general terms, which you also should know as a magistrate in other places improper.
Okay, well, they actually opened the door to bring up other cases, number one. Number two, this is quasi-judicial, so I do know what can and cannot be considered.
Then I suggest maybe you put those in the record and we'll respond accordingly. So why don't you put whatever you're referring to about some general work without permit that's unspecified, why don't you put that in the record and then we'll look it up and we'll discuss it.
Happy to do that, okay.
Okay. For the record, I'm going to find the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 36. It's a hearing to impose fines. Chief Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 2537 Marathon Lane, owner Cherry Houses LLC, case number BE 2205-0139. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 8/18/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $2,700, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Martinez, representing the city, case and address as read.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is the same owner. They applied for a few permits, and they've been failing the after the fact review. And the reason why, because I explained it to the contractor, is that they are writing a ridiculous amount of money for all the work that was done on the property. I explained to the contractor because he was basing his cost on the amount of money that he's charging him to correct the situation now. But that's not what the Florida Building Code section 109.3 says, which a permit valuation should include total value of the work, including materials labor for which the permit is issued. So that's the reason why they've been failing the ATF, not because we wanted to do it on purpose. Okay? At this time, Your Honor, the city doesn't support any extension.
All right.
Good morning. Again, Hope Feet Lautenberg here for the respondent. The application was originally submitted on August 16th. It came back with corrections. Corrections are made and resubmitted. That's when, I guess, the value of the job was unclear of how to submit it. It got clarified. The contractor, as he told you, has contacted him to try to resolve any issues. It was resubmitted on September 2nd with the correct job value, I believe, and I don't know that anything's happened since.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. The last time that I spoke to John was like 3 days ago. I'm waiting for the permits to get resubmitted because he resubmitted with the same amount of money. After I spoke to him, he hasn't resubmitted the permit application again with the correct amount of the job value, Your Honor.
So the city's not objecting to an extension, is that?
No, we want to
They are
impose fines.
The city won't support no extension, sir.
We want the fines imposed. We do not support an extension.
Okay. So
Your Honor, in light of the fact that he's been trying and he's being diligent and it's been progressing regularly, we are seeking compliance. Would Your Honor please consider an extension? 60 days,
Oliva.
we should be able to finish everything. He's trying, he has multiple violations he's trying to comply with. Please.
Your Honor, we don't support an extension, obviously for certainly several reasons. One of which is if you look on the case history for this specific case, It was heard in June. The compliance was ordered on August 18th. The property owner waited until 2 days before to submit anything. The submission was not correct. As the inspector has stated, it was, and as counsel, I guess, stated, it was resubmitted earlier this month with the same amount. 3 days ago, or a few days ago, the inspector said you have to submit properly. And again, a GC that's done the work and is licensed in the state of Florida should understand the basic tenet of the job value for permitting purposes. This is not something unusual or difficult to understand. That is a basic component of a permit application. And that has yet been done, and that's why the city does not support an extension.
That fact is being contested as far as whether the updated amount was done. The contractor, who unfortunately is unable to attend today, did tell me that he resubmitted it. Again, we're trying. We have a lot of hurdles to overcome. The work has been
Why is this
continuous.
so complicated?
It's not. It's not, Your Honor. Job value is done according, as the inspector said, to FBC 109.3. A licensed general contractor in the state of Florida should know how to calculate a job value for a permit application. That is one of the basic requirements of a permit application.
Okay, most permit applications come back with comments. No one gets it perfectly right. Again, progress has been made. He has spoken with the code officer, the contractor. He's being penalized across the board. I get it. He made a mistake, but he's trying. I thought this purpose is for compliance, and as long as progress is being made, the city would be reasonable enough to give us an opportunity.
All right. Mr. Oliva, did you have anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, Chief George Oliva. It's not one case, it's not one property owner that he's going to reside on his property. This is a property that he's buying. He already got 7 properties with violation in the city of Fort Lauderdale. He's a repeated offender, and the city wants to impose the fines. When he comes into compliance, we can come back in front of the owner and request a lien reduction, and maybe we can work a better deal. But at this moment, the city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
All right. I'm going to grant the city's request.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is a new business case on page 6. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 312 Southwest 16th Street. Owner David Majori. Case number CE 2202-0054. Notice posted at the property on 8/26/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Morning.
Good morning. Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. The detached garage at this property is in disrepair. I reviewed the case on 9/12/2022, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
All right. I'm sorry.
63 days?
63 days, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
63 days,
And,
or $50 a day.
okay, all right, good. All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Don Carney, property manager for Mr. Majuri. At this time, we've had a demolition permit pulled. I wish we could have had that thing knocked down without a required demo permit, but the city building department is requiring Mr. Majuri to pull a demo permit. It's applied for. It's still, I guess, working itself out before it's approved and issued. But as soon as that bad boy is issued, we're gonna knock her down and move on with our lives.
All right. Okay, for the record, I found the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Our next case is also on page 6. Inspector Hector Suarez, property address 2621 North Ocean Boulevard. Owner Gulam H. Usman. Case number BE 22050189. Notice posted at the property on 8/17/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting case BE 2205 01892621 North Ocean Boulevard. Property was inspected on May 20th, 2022, and the following violation was observed as depicted in the photos. 9306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia and soffits in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Inspection report was mailed to owner listed on BCPA on May 24, 2020. Notice of hearing was posted on August 17, 2022. I have had contact with the property owner and advised the violation and how to comply. As a pre-hearing inspection on September 9, 2022, violation remains. The city is requesting 28 days and $50 a day thereafter.
All right, okay. All right, sir, if you'll speak right in the microphone and state your name, please.
My name, excuse me, my name is G.H. Usman, and I sincerely apologize to this inspector, and he's 100% right. And we're going to do whatever needed to be done, and we're going to show all the progress for the next 28 days. And only thing I want to say that I should be held for much higher standard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For the record, I find the violation does exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 34. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 329 Southwest 2nd Street. Owner Martin L. Zischoltz, case number BE 2101-0004. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 1/20/22. Fine suspended is noted in the agenda. 2 sections complied at $50. Total fines $11,800. City's requesting fines to be reduced to administrative cost of $1,469.
Okay.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and address as read. As Tasha says, the case is complied. We thank the property owner, or business owner, for his cooperation.
Sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Rodney Eli.
Okay, I assume you're in agreement with the cost assessment.
Yes, sir.
Imposed is $1,469.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honor.
Our next case is a new business case on page 19. Chief George Oliva, property address 1415 Northwest 62nd Street. Owner Fort Lauderdale Crown Center, Inc. Case number BE 2204-0073. Notice posted at the property on 8/16/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Excuse me, Tasha, that's 1415 Northwest 62nd Street?
That is correct.
Thank you. Inspector Maddock presenting the case in behalf of Chief George Oliva. The report submitted to the city for the repairs have failed. City's asking for 180 days extension to comply and 100 days thereafter.
Okay. Okay. Seizure request 180 days, $100
Yes,
per day
yes, sir.
thereafter. Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll speak into the microphone and state your name, please.
My name is Karen Everett.
Anything you'd like to add to what the gentleman said?
No, I'm in agreement.
Okay. For the record, I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next case is on page 35. It's a hearing to impose fines. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1007 Citrus Isle 1-2. Owner Frank Hottenrott, case number BE 211-20023. This case was first heard on 4/14/22 to comply by 6/9/22. 1 section complied at $50. Total fines $2,600. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case and address as read. Case is complied. City is requesting to reduce the fines to $1,275.
All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Doug Newhouse,
trying to purchase this property, and I have a letter from the owner to represent him.
All right, I'm going to impose administrative costs, $1,275.
Doesn't get any better than that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 31. Hearing to impose fines, Chief George Oliva, property address 901 Northwest 10th Ave, owner Sunrise Broward Investments, Inc., in care of Jink Frank Casado, Esquire, case number BE 2107-0062. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 12/30/21. One section complied at $100. Total fines, $4,800. City's requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $575.
Your Honor, George Oliva for the city, case and address as read. They came into compliance and the city requesting for the administration fee of $575.
All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Juan Valdez from Casado Valdez on behalf of the respondent.
All right.
Broward.
Okay.
We have no objection to.
All right, I'm going to impose administrative costs, $575.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 17. Chief George Oliva, property address 1050 Southeast 15th Street. Owner, Mark 1 Condo Homeowners Association, Inc. Case number BE 2204-0143. Notice posted at the property on 8/4/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Maddock presenting the case for Chief George Oliva. The report submitted to the city has failed. City's asking for 180 days extension to come in compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, ma'am, if you'll speak into the microphone and state your name.
Yes, my name is Karen Anderson. I'm the president of the board of directors for the association.
Okay, anything further to add to what this gentleman said?
No, we have permits pulled for all the work. It's ongoing, and I believe we can comply within 180 days.
For the record, I found the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on page 17, Chief George Oliva, property address 1101 River Reach Drive, case number BE 2204-0090. Owner, River Reach, Inc. Notice posted at the property on 8/17/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22. 17.
Morning, Inspector Maddock presenting the case for Chief George Oliva. This case is not in compliance and city is asking for 42 days extension to come in compliance or and $100 a day thereafter.
I'm sorry, 180?
No, 42 days.
42.
40.
And 100. 42 and $100.
Okay. All right. Okay. On behalf of the owner, state your name.
Yes, hello, my name is Edward Valdez on behalf of River Reach. We have received the electrical reports from our electrical engineer. We have an active concrete restoration permit that's in progress. I have a sign and seal letter from our structural engineer of record asking for a schedule an extension into June of 2023 to comply with all the paperwork that's required.
All right. I'm going to grant, I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that okay, Chief? Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I was making sure that they could get the 42 days.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Our next case is on page 30. Chief Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Property address 4100 Galt Ocean Drive. Case number BE 2108-0064. Owner, the Galleon Condo Apartments, Inc. This case was first heard on 1/20/22 to comply by 4/21/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $100. Fines are at $4,800. City's requesting to amend the previous order to reappear at the 8/18/22 to 9/15/22 and have the fine stayed from 8/18/22 to 9/15/22.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. The revision for the pool repair was submitted on August 16 of 2022. The revision is in progress. I would like the case to reappear on the next special magistrate just to verify if the permit was issued, and that would comply the case.
Okay, so we're currently still not in compliance.
But the permit for the repairs and revision was submitted to the concrete restoration permit that they have going on. So the revision for the pool.
This thing has a very long history. Yes. All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Bruce Bromley.
Okay, where are we with this one? This one?
As the inspector just mentioned, we have put together a restoration package of the swimming pool, and the contractor has submitted it. I believe it's going through permitting process for the repairs that the city has brought forward. So I think that it is the association's attempt to be in compliance.
All right. So the fines were stayed from August 18th to September 15th. I'm sorry, what's the city's recommendation?
Just, do you think in the next 28 days the permit can be issued? I mean, there were corrections to be answered for what I understand.
So, in other words, if you're worried about the water weight of the pool, it's an elevated pool, Your Honor. And what had happened is the contractor had knocked off any of the loose balls that you had requested. So I believe that if the association is, your concerns would be to relieve the pressure of the water weight in the pool, they would be, willing to do that.
Well, my major concern is that the permit gets issued and the problem gets resolved complete, but that would be a good step to take.
Okay.
So I will say that, given another opportunity, another 28 days to see if the permit gets through and gets issued. As soon as that happens, I comply the case.
All right.
So I'm asking to reappearance on the next 28 days.
28-day extension?
Yes, sir.
And stay the fines? Okay.
Yes, and with a mandatory reappearance, too.
Sorry.
With a mandatory reappearance also, Your Honor.
Yeah, mandatory reappearance. Good.
Can I request a knowledge of what the fines are for? Because I believe the association has been attempting to.
The fines will be discussed when the permit is issued.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is our next two cases are on page 37. Inspector Justin Dreschel, property address 2732 Northeast 15th Street. Owner, Lahoma Key LLC. Case number BE 2207-0194.
Good morning, Your Honor. Justin Dreschel on behalf of the city presenting case and address as read.
One second, Justin. Sorry. This property was cited on 7/23/22 to comply by 7/25/22. One section complied at $225. City's requesting full amount of $1,575. Appeal deadline 8/7/22. Appeal received 8/5/22.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of the city presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected as a result of a complaint received by the building department by Inspector Hector Suarez on July 21st, 2022. At that time, the following violation was observed, 25-7A. Violation notice was completed and posted at the property on 7/21/2022, noting the violation. The case was then transferred to me. My first inspection of the property was completed on July 23rd, 2022, and the property was still in violation. Citation 0877 was completed and posted to the property for violation 25-7A. It is unlawful to obstruct the swale or right-of-way with materials, debris, portable toilets, etc. and I would like to allow the respondent to speak.
Okay, so this is a citation, an appeal, and the appeal was received on each. Okay. All right. Okay, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Devin Miller, owner.
All right. What would you like to add?
The dumpster being in the right of way, from what we understand, we have to have a dumpster and for the project, but it was only moved for 3 to 5 days because of the permitted plumbing work that was happening that required a machine to be in the right of way to even do the work. The inspections didn't pass in the 3 to 5 days, and so it led to about 10 days total of project. And for the record, for both fines that were imposed the same day, or both violations, are related to this exact same project. And from beginning to end, everything was in compliance based on that permitted work, and that was the only reason for the issue.
The dumpster was there for much longer than 3 to 4
Sorry,
days.
if you'll speak right into the microphone so you keep
The
your voice
dumpster
up.
was there for much longer than
Right.
3 to 4 days.
10
just
days
from
total,
the
like I
time
said.
that the first inspection happened to the time that the case was complied was almost 2 weeks.
All right, so it's complied. This is an appeal. From the evidence, it appears that the violations were existed, so I'm going to deny both appeals. Thank you, sir.
Oh, so I don't have to read in the next case? Okay. Just for the record? Okay. For the record, case number BE 2207-0195, 2732 Northeast 15th Street, cited on 7/23/22 to comply by 7/25/22, one section complied at 275. City request full amount of $1,925. Appeal deadline 8/7/22. Appeal received 8/5/22, and both appeals have been.
And the record should also reflect,
All
of
right,
course,
so
that the homeowner was present
If
for
you want to
both
be heard on the other
citations.
case, looking at different.
Again, this was only related to a job that was permitted to be done, and there was no other way to do it, and $5,000 in fines for complying seems completely unreasonable.
All right. Okay. Same ruling. I'm going to deny the appeal. Thank you, sir.
Our next case is a new business case on page 8. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, 114 Southwest 10th Street. Owner, Sagu Realty LLC. Case number BE 2201-0149. Notice posted at the property on 7/29/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Building Inspector Leo Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. Your Honor, I visited this property and met with Norma, who is the head of the school and the owner of the International Montessori School. After investigating, the city determined the use of the property was changed from an office building into a private school without obtaining first the required certificate of occupancy. Property was cited on the Florida Building Code 2020, Section 111.1.1. Use of property was changed without obtaining the required certificate of occupancy. This case was opened and inspection report was sent on January 27th of 2022. The notice of hearing was posted at the property on July 29 of 2022. Yesterday, there was a misunderstanding. They were trying to submit the permit application, and for some reason, it was voided. For my understanding, they have applied for an environmental permit on Broward County. They sent me a number, and they will try to reapply or resubmit the electronic paperwork today. But we are asking your honor to find that the violation does exist and to grant the property owner 91 days to come into compliance or fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter. I will let the defendant to speak.
Juan Oviedo, I represent the owner. We don't have any objections with what Mr. Martinez said. Just a request if we can extend it for 120 days, just so that, keeping in mind that we resubmitted yesterday, it'll take about a month or so to get permits, and then another 3 months latest to get the construction done.
So 91 days, sir. That's the city's request.
Okay, so city's request 91 days to comply.
To come into
$50.
compliance, yes, so $50 per day thereafter.
Right. I find the violation does exist. 91 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 26. Chief George Oliva, property address
26.
3900 North Federal Highway. Case number BE 22050107, owner SD Federal Highway LLC. Notice posted at the property 8/26/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
George Oliva for the city, case and address as read. The owner filed the report to the city, but the report needs correction. So the city is requesting a 180-day extension to comply and $100 per day thereafter.
All right, ma'am, if you'll adjust the microphone and state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Grisel Ortiz. I'm the store manager. I come in representation of the owner.
Okay, anything to add?
I am in agreement.
All right, very good. I find the violation does exist. 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Chief George Oliva, you have the next case on page 18. Property address 1320 Northwest 65th Place. Owner Blue 4 LLC. Case number BE 22040201. Notice posted at the property on 8/10/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Inspector Maddock presenting the case for Chief George Oliva. This case is not in compliance. City is asking for owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, ma'am, if you'll state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Taryn Jalen. I represent the owner. We had submitted an application for the 40-year inspection yesterday, and we were emailed that we would be getting a 180-day extension.
Once we receive the report and it's reviewed, then we can grant the extension, but right now it's 42 days.
Okay, so
We have an email that it was received, and they received our $300 payment yesterday.
One moment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I do understand that she sent it super late yesterday, like Diana explained to me, but I need to see the report before I can provide an extension longer than 42 days. So at this moment, it's going to be 42 days. Maybe tomorrow becomes 180.
things will catch up with themselves then. So I find the violation does exist. 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter. Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to take a brief recess. Thank you.
Okay, good idea.
We, as in the city. Okay, now we resume. Before I call the next case, though, Inspector Corley, I just want to say congratulations for presenting your first case today. Okay, moving on to page 4, new business. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 5560 Northeast 26th Ave. Owner, Michael Raymond Walton, Michelle Lafreya. Case number, or Lafreya, I'm sorry. Case number BE 211-20098. Notice posted at the property on 8/24/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
What page? Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Saragusti on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case was opened in December 16, 2021. I received the case from Building Inspector Bobby Masula on March 8, 2022. Inspection report was mailed on January 1st, 2021. Final notice was mailed on June 15, 2022. And notice of hearing was mailed on July 18, 2022. Permit for building accessory structure is in process since August 23rd. This property has been cited by Florida Building Code 2020 under section 105.1, work without permit. The city is requesting 63 days extension to comply of $50 per day thereafter.
I'm sorry, 63 days or?
63 days extension of $50 per day thereafter.
All right. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name.
My name is Mike Walton, property owner.
Okay, anything you'd like to add to what this gentleman said?
I would request maybe another 30 days for a 90-day, as I'm the owner and I'm trying to work through the process of going through the permit. The permit has been submitted. There are issues with some zoning, so I probably will need to apply for a variance. And so I will need some time to go through that process.
Okay.
So I would suggest, and for the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, I would suggest, Your Honor, to hold to the inspector's recommendation and then perhaps a notice to appear. And then once you realize or figure out on the variance side, we all understand that may take a few months.
Right.
And then we can give you that time once we see that, you've made a little bit of progress or have submitted for your...
I'm assuming there's an application process or something.
Correct.
So as long as I can show a
Correct.
process moving.
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
I find the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
And mandatory reappearance.
And then a reappearance, Your Honor.
And a reappearance.
Mandatory reappearance. That way, right, if the property owner says he's submitted for a variance, then the city would certainly be supportive
good.
of months.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 21. Chief George Oliva, property address 2509 Southwest 9th Ave. Owner, Zane LLC. Case number BE 22050128. Notice posted at the property on 8/17/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Okay, good.
Good morning, Inspector Matic presenting case for Chief George Oliva. This case is not in compliance, and city is asking for owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days with submitting the report, or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. All right, sir, if you'll state your name, please.
Ramsey Kataya.
All right, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, that report was submitted yesterday. We just, the fee for payment is pending. Just need to pay the fee.
All right, very good. So for the record, I found the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 16. Chief George Oliva, property address 949 Northwest 9th Ave. Case number BE 22050003. Owner Alexander J. Schwenecki. Notice posted at the property on 8/22/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
I'm sorry, we're on page.
16. Is there a respondent here for 949 Northwest 9th Avenue? Okay. We'll call that one at the end. Okay, moving on to page 22. Property address 2665 Northwest 56th Street. Chief George Oliva, owner, City of Fort Lauderdale, in care of Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. Case number BE 2204-0206. Notice posted at the property on 8/5/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Maddox presenting the case for Chief George Oliva. The report was submitted, but it has failed. City's requesting 180 days extension to come in compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, sir, for the record, if you'll state your name.
My name's Richard Weaver. I work for Shelter Aviation. I'm a project manager. We're happy with the 180-day extension, which pushes us out, I think, into
All right.
January 2023.
I find the record, for the record, the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
We're happy with that. We should be in compliance before the end of the year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 9. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1549 Southwest 30th Terrace. Owner, Federal National Mortgage Association, in care of Ditech Financial LLC. Case number BE 2206-0009. Notice posted at the property on 8/17/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Okay.
And good morning, Carlton Campbell. I'm the attorney for the Mortgage Association.
1549? Touch is 1549? Thank you. Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. I was assisting Code Inspector Mary Rich at 1590 Southwest 30th Terrace when in the house next door there was a shipping hammock going. I went over and I observed that they were doing some demolition work. I asked for the supervisor, and Lazaro, who identified as a person in charge of the crew, contacted the CGC Robert, who confirmed there was no permit for the work that was being performed. I informed them that I was issuing a stop work order, and I let them know that they have to stop working and come to the city and apply for the permits, and they would be allowed to work until the permits were issued. The property was cited for work without permit under Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.1. The case was open and inspection report was mailed to the property owner on June 2nd of 2022. The final notice was sent to the property on July 7th of 2022, and the notice of hearing was posted on August 17th of 2022. Residential alteration permit as well as plumbing and electrical permits were applied on August 24 of 2022. The permits are in progress, sir. We are asking your owner to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 63 days to obtain the required permits to come into compliance, or fines of $50 per day thereafter.
All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Sure, Carlton Campbell, attorney for the Mortgage Association.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add to what this gentleman said?
No, that's correct. We've already applied for the permits, just waiting to come back, so we just need to.
All right, very good. For the record, I find the violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 7. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez, property address 1320 Northwest 19th Street. Case number BE 2201-0014. Owner, Paris Lakes, Homestead Exempted, Shaniqua L. Williams. Notice posted at the property on 8/29/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: new accessory structure on the rear of the property and a new fence. I reviewed the case on 9/12/2022, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right to the microphone and state your name.
Shaniqua Williams. What you were saying was the fence that was closed out and completed. I don't know. You said a violation regarding the fence, right?
Yes.
That was closed out and completed. I don't. What's the other violations that you mentioned?
The structure.
Okay, I obtained permits and everything already. Everything, like I passed most of the inspections. I was just down to building finals, and they just submitted the corrections on that on yesterday. So I am requesting probably like 120 days for the correction, and I guess I'll speak to him differently about the fence because that's not supposed to be.
I'm sorry.
120 is too much. 63 is enough. 63 days.
Okay. I'm sorry, 63 days? Okay. All right, I'm going to stay with 63 days. I find the violation does exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next case is on page 22. Chief George Oliva, property address 2727 East Oakland Park Boulevard. Owner, Can-Am Oakland Properties LLC, case number BE 2205-0146. Notice posted at the property on 8/17/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Maddock presenting the case for Chief George Oliva. This case is not in compliance. City's asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. All right, sir, if you'll speak right in the microphone, state your name.
Douglas Fernandez, Property Management Company.
All right, anything to add?
Yes, we did apply for the 40-year inspection. We got the inspection already. There's a few minor things we need to adjust. I would like to ask for 180 days to do the compliance. There's nothing structural, nothing big, but there's little things, it's so hard right now to get an electrician and, and little things that needs to be done. So that's why I want to be ahead of time and ask for 180 days.
No, the 42 days still stands. Once we get a report, then we can entertain the idea of giving extension, but right now it's 42 days.
For record, I find the violation does exist. 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Sir, you have to get the letter to them. That's the 42 days. The 180 days will come after the city gets the approved letter.
We did apply digitally already for the letter, for the report. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Our next case is on page 19. Chief George Oliva, property address 1430 Holly Heights Drive. Owner, Oasis Falls Condo Association, Inc., case number BE 2208-0180. Notice posted at the property on 8/25/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning.
Chief George Oliva, for the city, case and address as read. This is a 40-year case, Your Honor, that the engineer did submit the report. But the report is talking about a fence behind the property line, and a fence is not a part of the 40-year report inspection. But the engineer failed because the fence needs to be repaired. It's a concrete fence between two property, commercial. So I'm gonna ask for 180 days, but I spoke to the attorney already, and he needs to go back to the engineer and for the engineer to remove that fence from the permit, because that's a common fence between 4 properties. It doesn't belong to only one person. Okay. And it had nothing to do at all with the 40 years. So once he removed that, it's gonna be in compliance.
All right, so the request is 180 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, good morning. Darren Gursky on behalf of the property owner. I serve as general counsel. Thank you very much, Chief. As mentioned, it shouldn't really be a violation because what it is it was noted on the report, and this is a party wall that really consists of about 15 lots, 4 different properties, and this section is 20 feet, that shouldn't have been part of the 40-year certification report. We will seek to have that removed from the report. We'll refile the report without that limit, and that would just eliminate the necessity of the noted violation. I would respectfully request, and I requested this from the chief, that you don't find us in violation, because it wouldn't necessarily be a violation. Instead, maybe we come back at that status conference in 180 days just to confirm that it was removed.
All right.
Your Honor, the citizen is okay with that suggestion for the lawyer, because really it's not the property owner's fault. It's the engineer that made a mistake by putting that fence into the report, which it doesn't belong.
Okay. So finally, the violation does exist. 180 days to comply, $100 per day there.
No, I asked to say that there is no that we don't have a finding of that, and instead come back for a status conference confirming that we've eliminated this issue. So there's no finding of a violation, and instead just a confirmation based upon a status conference of coming back. And I think Chief's in an agreement.
Yes, the city is in agreement
We're
because
continuing the case because we don't do status conferences. This isn't the circuit.
A continuance is fine, then that's fine.
If to come back, we have to have something to come back to. So are we going to just continue the matter for 30 days?
well, I'm giving him right now, the owner of the property, 180 days to submit the new report with no repairs required so we can comply the case. Okay. I cannot comply the case with the report showing a violation.
Right.
But what the attorney is referring is that he doesn't want the magistrate to file that is a violation, because really it's not the owner's violation, but that part is above me.
I understand all that, but then we would continue it for a certain amount of time to have the property owner get the engineer to submit a corrected letter
Right.
to say that they're in compliance with 40-year, because we can't give 180 days for nothing. There'd have to be a finding of something to allow for 180 days.
How long can you continue it for?
Well, how long, I mean, it shouldn't take that long for the engineer to just change his report and re-sign and seal it.
All things being equal, I agree with you. I just don't know how long the engineer's gonna take. I'm just trying to be practical here, that's it. I
understand. I mean, but
What
it
about
shouldn't take an engineer 6 months to redo a letter.
How about 60 days? Does 60 days seem fair? Come back, continue in 60
that
days?
sounds good. And any problem with the engineer, if we have to come back, then you can explain to George what's going on, and then we take it from there.
Sounds good.
But the city is willing to work with the owner, because I
remove it,
feel
yeah.
very bad that an engineer that's supposed to know the 40-year report and the law went and put a fence that had nothing to do with the 40 years.
I agree.
Thank
So,
you.
Your Honor, I guess the suggestion would be up to Your Honor to continue the matter for 63 days and then request a mandatory reappearance to see if they're in compliance.
Okay, the case is continued for 63 days with a mandatory appearance on November 17th.
November 17th, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 22, Chief George Oliva, property address 2690 Northeast 56th Court, owner COM Capital LLC, case number BE 2205-0059, notice posted at the property on 8/11/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Inspector Maddock presenting the case for Chief George Oliva. This case is not in compliance. City's asking for owner to come in compliance within the next 42 days or $100 a day thereafter.
All right, sir, if you'll state your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Pekich, I'm the owner.
Okay, anything you'd like to add?
I just wanted to add that this was the first time that I noticed or received any type of mailing for this violation. And 42 days is fine getting the report, but if there are complications in the report, would I have additional time after that?
You can always request additional time, correct?
Okay.
So For the
All right.
record, I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 4. Senior Inspector Jose Saragusti, property address 5201 Northeast 33rd Ave. Owner, Philip William Aldridge, Tara Lynn Aldridge. Case number BE 211-20079. Notice posted at the property on 8/24/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Inspector Saragusti on behalf of the city presenting the case as read. This case was opened on December 12, 2021. I met Ms. Jorge from Interpol Services on site on February 28, 2022, and inspect the property and found a new kitchen, new bathrooms, new electrical fixtures, and a new dock in the property. Inspection report was mailed on December 2021. Final notice was mailed on January 21st, 2022. Notice of hearing was mailed on August 1st, 2022. Permit for building alteration, plumbing, electrical, and dock are in process. This property has been cited for Florida Building Code 2020 under Section 105.1, work without permit. I will let the respondent to speak.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, the
My name
city's request is?
The city requesting 63 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Georgette Bain on behalf of the owner.
What would you like to add?
I just wanted to ask if you could give us 180 days because we're still in process for the dock itself. The process for the house is almost completed for the review, but the dock is still in process. If you could give us 180 days to comply.
How many, sorry?
180?
No, it's too much, no. I think 62 days is enough to comply.
Yeah, 63.
Yes, and
Okay, I'm gonna
mandatory reappearance, please.
The violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did Your Honor grant the mandatory reappearance as well? The inspector requested that.
Yes, okay. Yeah, with a mandatory reappearance.
Okay, our next case is on page 32. Inspector Linda Holloway, property address 701 Northwest 5th Ave, 1012. Case number BE 2207-0210. Owner, Thrive Development Group, LLC. This property was cited on 7/25/22 to comply by 7/27/22. One section complied at $150. City requests full amount of $2,100. Appeal deadline 8/9/22. No appeal received.
Sorry. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Linda Holloway, on behalf of the city, presenting case BE 2207-0210, property address 701 Northwest 5th Avenue. This property was inspected on July 25th, 2022, as a result of a complaint from Inspector Pafford with the City of Fort Lauderdale's Environmental Department. I would like to play a recording from that inspector before I proceed.
It's playing, but we can't hear it.
basins covered. The filter cloth they have on half of them has got holes in them or not even. Hey, George, this is Mike Pappard with Environmental, not Boyce, but Pappard. I also do inspections. I think I've met you a few times. Listen, I'm at Northwest 7th and 8th Street on 5th Ave, Northwest 5th Ave. Big construction site over here. I warned them about a week ago, Friday, to get some catch basins covered. The filter cloth they have on half of them has got holes in them or not even there. So, and then today I came back, guy didn't care. He just blew me off again. So I said, okay, I'm going to send code by. I left him a warning today. I was nice a week ago, but I'm hoping somebody can get by there as soon as you can. And I didn't get the guy's name. He's back in office, but people can direct you there. Anyway, there's no very limited silt fencing. There's no gravel at the entrances. They really don't care what they're doing. The catch basins out here are getting, every time it rains, just getting constant flow of sediment. So give me a call if you have any questions. I'd appreciate you sending out there. That'd be great, sending someone out there.
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to play that recording. I inspected the property on July 25th and observed the following violations. 25-14, the city's inlets are not protected. There is damaged and or missing silt screenings. Citation 1045, allowing 48 hours to comply, was issued to and signed for by the contractor Israel Khan. After we walked both properties associated with these violations. On July 28th, 2022, the violations remained. On July 29th, I spoke with the contractor, Israel Khan, via cell phone and advised him that because the violations have not been corrected, fines have started accruing. He asked me for photos and texted me his email address. I sent him an email with the photos attached. On August 9th, Inspector Suarez and I met with and attempted to discuss the violations with Mr. Khan in his construction trailer. He essentially stated that he didn't have time to deal with this and suggested we speak with the superintendent, Francisco. We spoke with Francisco, again, walked the property, pointing out all of the violations and corrective actions. We also met at the property with Inspector Malakias, who had previously cited the property and obtained a contact phone number for the property owner, Mr. Fish. We also walked the property that very same day with Shlomo, who was sent to the property on behalf of Mr. Fish to find out exactly what needed to be done. Your Honor, because of the disregard to the city ordinance and the fact that they were previously warned and ignored the citations, which included a 48-hour warning period, I am requesting on behalf of the city full imposition of these fines.
All right.
I have Anthony, who is the project's executive manager. He is here to speak on behalf of the project and what happened as a result of these accruing fines. Anthony?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Anthony Malinovsky.
I'm sorry, if you speak right into the microphone, sir. State your name.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Malinovsky. I'm representing the owners. We've been working on this project for the past 4 years, and we did our best to clean the area. And that's the first big development in this industrial area. And we're asking the city to reduce the fines to the city administrative cost.
All right, well, this is a citation, and no appeal was received, so the violation is admitted. I'm going to impose the fines of $2,100. There is a process to seek to reduce that amount, should you so desire, and someone will speak to you about that if you wish to do that. But for right now, the violation is admitted and impose the full amount. Thank you.
There are two cases, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There are two cases.
Okay.
There are two cases.
Okay, all right.
I'll read in the second one. Case number BE 2207-0211, property address 710 Northwest 5th Ave, 1032, cited on 7/25/22 to comply by 7/27/22. One section complied at $150. City requests full amount of $2,250. Appeal deadline 8/9/22. No appeal received.
All right. Okay, well, have we already, any further presentation on the second case?
Okay. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, presenting case BE 2207-0211, property address 710 Northwest 5 Avenue. This property was also inspected and cited on July 25th as a result of a complaint from Inspector Pafford with the city's Fort Lauderdale Environmental Department. We've already heard the recording. This property was also given a 48-hour citation to the contractor Israel Khan after we walked both properties. The violation did not come into compliance. I spoke with Mr. Khan, the contractor, via cell phone, advised him that the properties were not in compliance and fines were accruing. I sent him an email. Again, Inspector Suarez and I approached him on August 9th. He was too busy to talk to us. We spoke with the superintendent, Francisco, walked both properties with him, going over the violations and corrective actions. Again, because of the disregard and previous warnings for these violations, the city is requesting full imposition of fines in this, on this case as well.
All right, sir. Again, this is a citation that was issued, no appeal was received, the violation is admitted.
Is there anything we can do at this moment?
And so I'm going to impose the fine, $2,250. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any more respondents here for special magistrate? Or is everyone here for lien, you're for special magistrate? You're not here for lien reduction? Okay, so everyone here is for lien reduction? Okay. Okay, Your Honor, this concludes all of our respondents. We can start with the non-respondents. Okay? Starting at the bottom of page 3, property address 200 South Birch Road, 1215. Case number BE 2204-0049. Notice posted at the property on 8/23/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Saragusti, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case was opened on April 11th, 2022. I met the property owner, Mr. Dwayne, on site on May 16 and found a new flooring tile were installed. Inspection report was mailed on May 16, 2022. Final notice was mailed on June 17, 2022. And notice of hearing was mailed on July 18, 2022. Permit for soundproofing was not issued. The property owner is in the process to request the required permit. This property has been cited for Florida Building Code 2020 under Section 105.1, work without permit. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
I'm sorry, 63 days.
28 days, sorry.
The violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day then?
28, please.
28 days to comply.
On $50 per day thereafter.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to page 5, Inspector Hector Suarez. Page 5 at the top. Property address 842 Southwest 2nd Street, 1-6. Owner GFLNG LLC. Case number BE 2205-0183. Notice posted at the property on 8/17/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Your Honor, again. Inspector Suarez presenting case BE 22050183, 842 Southwest 2 Street, 1 through 6. Property was inspected on May 23rd, 2022, and the following violation was observed. Section 28155, A through F. The existing fire backflow prevention device has not been tested for the subsequent recertification as per City of Fort Lauderdale Municipal Code of Ordinances. Notice of hearing posted on August 17, 2022 by Senior Inspector Rich as of pre-hearing inspection on September 9, 2022. Violation remains per BSI online. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 a day thereafter.
It's fine, the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
At the bottom of page 5, property address 1608 Southeast 3rd Ave, owner North Broward Hospital District. Attention Real Estate, case number BE 2206-0114. Notice posted at the property 8/9/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting case as read. Property was inspected on June 24, 2022, and the following violation was observed. Section 28155, A through F. The existing fire backflow prevention device has not been tested for the subsequent recertification as per City of Fort Lauderdale Municipal Code of Ordinances. Final notice sent on June 27, 2022. Notice of hearing posted on August 9, 2022. As of pre-hearing inspection on September 9, 2022, violation remains per BSI online. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Page 6, property address 3386 Northwest 64th Street. Owner, Onemar Castro, case number BE 2205-0204. Notice posted at the property 8/29/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Suarez presenting case as read. Property was inspected on May 26, 2022, and the following violation was observed as depicted in the photos. 91D. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits consistent of but not limited to new driveway. Inspection report was mailed to owner listed in BCPA on May 27, 2022. Notice of hearing was posted on August 29, 2022 by Inspector Holloway. I have had contact with the property owner and advised the violation and how to comply. As of pre-hearing inspection on September 9, 2022, there has been a permit applied for but not issued. Violation remains. The city is requesting 42 days or $50 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to page 7 at the top, property address 901 West Las Olas Boulevard, case number BE 2205-0088, owner, the Atari Thonable. Notice posted at the property on 8/29/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner, but not limited to: new windows, new front door, closing of window openings, carport enclosed. I reviewed the case on 9/12/2022, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
I'm sorry, how many days?
63.
Okay, I find the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter. Thank you.
Property address 1104 Southwest 22nd Ave, owner Juan E. Martinez, case number BE 2205-0138. Notice posted at the property on 8/26/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Martinez, on behalf of the city, presenting case as read. This building has been illegally altered and construction work illegally performed without obtaining the required permits in the following manner but not limited to: carport was enclosed without a permit. I reviewed the case on 9/12/2022, at which time I verified the violation remains. The city will request 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Moving on to page 10 at the top, property address 2715 Center Ave, case number BE 22020140. Owner Ashley Waldbuser, William Douglas Waldbuser Jr. Notice posted at the property on 8/4/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. I visited this property and observed a carport enclosure, including window openings. There was a worker at the time of my inspection on the property fixing a front door threshold. The owner was not at the property at the time of the inspection. I posted a stop work order. The property was cited for work without permit on the Florida Building Code 2020, Section 105.1. This case was opened on February 24th of 2022. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner on March 1st of 2022. Final notice was mailed to the property owner on May 9th of 2022, and the notice of hearing was posted at the property on August 4th of 2022. The owner has been in contact with me all the time. He's trying to comply. He applied for a covered carport into a bedroom permit and installed windows. Was applied to on June 17 of 2022. Permits, plumbing and electrical were applied. All permits are in progress. We're asking your owner to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 63 days to come into compliance or fine of $50 per day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Property address 2895 Northeast 32nd Street. Owner Waterside on the Intercoastal Condo, case number BE 22070196. Notice posted at the property 8/4/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. I visited this property on Sunday, July 24th of 2022, after receiving a call from the fire department about a soffit that collapsed on the north side of the building. Upon arriving, I contacted Jason Hoffman, who is the chief operating officer of the association in charge. We requested the area to be clean of debris and to be secure in case that another area of the soffit may collapse. We also requested an immediate evaluation from an engineer or architect who needs to provide a sign and seal letter as to the structural soundness of the building and rest of the soffit and the prescribed remedy repairs to correct the damaged area. Property was cited for violation FBC 2020 116.1.1 on safe structures. The area was clean and secure with an overhead scaffolding. An orange fence was installed in the area under the rest of the building soffit. Also, all areas that were potential hazard were blocked off by caution tape and plastic fencing, so residents or guests could not go directly under any soffit. Swaysland engineer was contacted to start an inspection of the building and provide a report. This happened about 2 months ago, sir. This case was opened and inspection report was sent to the property owner on July 25th of 2022. The notice of hearing was posted at the property on August 18, 2022. I just here checked my emails and found a letter from a lawyer representing the camp management talking about that they hire this engineer company, but we haven't received the prescribed remedy as we requested. So we are asking your honor to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 7 days to submit the engineer report or fines of $100 per day thereafter.
All right, I find the violation.
After the report is submitted, we will allow 63 days to obtain the permit, or $100 per day thereafter.
Right.
And after the permit is issued, 180 days to complete the work, or $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation does exist and the city's request for relief is granted.
Additionally, on this case, Your Honor, if I could, and I agree with the inspector, we received an email from an attorney at 8:24 this morning. So I would also suggest a mandatory reappearance before Your Honor. Counsel indicated that he was called to trial and would not be available. And I guess that means his whole firm must be in trial because no one was available to come, nor his client, nor the engineer of record. So I think in fairness to counsel, we should have a mandatory reappearance to see that that the property is following the prescribed timeline that the inspector has set forth. So if we could just add a mandatory reappearance.
I'm sorry.
If we could just add a mandatory reappearance in.
I have no position. I want you to understand that it's been 2 months since this soffit collapsed, and they haven't even provided the engineer the prescribed remedy in how to do the repairs on this soffit.
Okay, all right, granted. Good.
So maybe we should suggest a mandatory reappearance at the next magistrate hearing?
I have no problem with that, but I would like to get on record the way that this case should be resolved.
All right, granted. Good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At the bottom of page 10, property address 12 East Sunrise Boulevard. Owner Holman Automotive, Inc., doing business as Holman Honda of Fort Lauderdale. Case number BE 2205-0208. Notice posted at the property 8/29/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Suarez presenting for Chief Oliva. The report was submitted, but it failed a 180-day extension and $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I found the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to page 11, property address 101 Southeast 26th Street. Owner 101 Southeast 26th Street LLC, in care of Casimir Boynton. Case number BE 2205-0057. Notice posted at the property 8/10/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Suarez presented for Chief Oliva. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At the bottom of page 11, property address 155 Southeast 2nd Street. Owner, City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number BE 2204-0171. Notice delivered via email to Raymond Nazir. He's a project manager with the City of Fort Lauderdale on 8/3/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Suarez presenting for Chief Oliva. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
I found the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Tasha, the one on the top of 11, 77 South Birch Road, do we need to read that one in or no?
That is closed.
That one's closed? Okay, thank you.
Page 12 at the top, property address 255 Southwest 27th Ave. Case number BE 2205-0125. Owner, Marta and James H. Batmasian, in care of Investments Limited. Notice posted at the property 8/17/22. Posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Inspector Suarez presented for Chief Oliva. The report was submitted, but it failed a 180-day extension and $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, right. I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, 180 and $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to page 13, property address 620 Tennis Club Drive. Case number BE 2204-0102. Owner, Tennis Club Tilden Condo, Inc. Notice posted at the property 8422, posted at City Hall 9122.
Inspector Suarez presented for Chief Oliva. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Property address 630 Tennis Club Drive, case number BE 22040105. Owner, Tennis Club Outerbridge Condo, Inc. Notice posted at the property 8422, posted at City Hall 9122.
Inspector Suarez presenting for Chief Oliva. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Moving on to page 14 at the top, property address 640 Tennis Club Drive. Owner, Tennis Club McLaughlin, Inc., case number BE 22040106. Notice posted at the property on 8422, posted at City Hall 9122.
Inspector Suarez presenting for Chief Oliva. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. City is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At the bottom of page 14, property address 650 Tennis Club Drive, case number BE 22040111. Owner, Tennis Club Langland Condo, Inc. Notice posted at the property on 8422, posted at City Hall 9122.
Inspector Suarez presenting for Chief Oliva. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation exists, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Moving on to page 15, property address 700 Northwest 3rd Ave, case number BE 22050068. Owner, Wilbert Rayner Revocable Livable Trust, Christine Rayner Revocable Livable Trust. Notice posted at the property on 8/22/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of Chief Oliva for the city, presenting case and address as read. The report was submitted, but it failed. The city is requesting a 180-day extension and $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 715 Northeast 2nd Ave. Owner, Highbury LLC, case number BE 22050029. Notice posted at the property on 8/11/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of Chief Oliva for the city, presenting case and address as read. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. All right, find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Moving on to page 16, property address 942 Northwest 56th Street, case number BE 22040220. Owner, Related Properties, Inc. Notice delivered via personal service to the manager on 8/22/22, posted at City Hall on 9/1/22.
Inspector Maddox for Chief George Oliva. Report was submitted, but it failed. City is requesting 180 days extension to come in compliance or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I'm sorry, how many days?
180 days.
Okay, all right, I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 949 Northwest 9th Ave. Owner, Alexander J. Schwaneski, case number BE 22050003. Notice posted at the property 8/22/22, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Tasha, did we read this before?
No, the respondent left, so we have to read it now.
This case is not in compliance, and city is asking for 42 days extension and $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation exists, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 17 at the bottom, property address 1291 Northwest 65th Place. Owner, Atlantic Industrial Park LLC, case number BE 22040199. Notice posted at the property, 8/10/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
This case is not in compliance. The city's asking for 42-day extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 18 at the top, property address 1320 Miami Road, owner Harbordale Breezes Condo Association, Inc., case number BE 22040140. Notice posted at the property, 8/4/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
This case is not in compliance. City's asking for 42-day extension and $100 per day thereafter.
I find the violation exists, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Moving on to page 19 at the top, property address 1413 North Dixie Highway, owner Ram Wilton LLC, in care of a leasing office, case number BE 22050069. Notice posted at the property on 8/17/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
This case is not in compliance. City's asking for 42 days extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I found the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Moving on to page 20, property address 1700 West Broward Boulevard, owner Balaji Investments, Inc., case number BE 22040060. Notice posted at the property on 8/11/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
Report was filed for this case, but it failed. City is requesting 180 days extension to come in compliance and $100 per day thereafter.
I found the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, 42 days, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 1785 North Andrews Square, owner Hidden Harbor Condo Association, Inc., case number BE 22040112. Notice posted at the property on 8/9/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
This case is not in compliance. City is asking for 42-day extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 2001 Southwest 4th Ave, owner City of Fort Lauderdale, case number BE 22040169. Notice delivered via email to Raymond Nazir, project manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale, on 8/3/22, posted at City Hall on 9/1/22.
This case is not in compliance. City is asking for 42-day extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 21 at the top, property address 2414 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Keystone Florida Property Hold, case number BE 22040055. Notice delivered via personal service to the operation manager on 8/12/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
The report was submitted, but it failed. City is asking for a 180-day extension to come in compliance and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 2442 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Keystone Florida Property Hold, case number BE 22040054. Notice delivered via personal service to operation manager on 8/12/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
Report was filed, but it failed. City is asking 180 days extension to come in compliance and $100 a day thereafter.
I found the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 23, property address 2901 Northeast 33rd Ave, case number BE 22040134, owner Tarrington Inc., case notice posted at the property on 8/4/22, posted at City Hall, 9/1/22.
Sorry, Tasha, can you repeat the address?
2901 Northeast 33rd Ave.
The report was filed and it failed. The city is requesting 180 days extension to come in compliance and $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
At the bottom of page 23, property address 2901 Northeast 51st Street, owner Waterview Condo, Case number BE 22040099. Notice posted at the property 8922, posted at City Hall 9122.
This case is not in compliance. City is asking for 42 days extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 25 at the top, property address 3035 East Commercial Boulevard, owner Goodness Management LLC, case number BE 22050196. Notice posted at the property on 8/26/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
The report has been submitted, but it failed. City is asking 180 days extension to come in compliance and $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 3229 South Andrews Ave, owner Moman LLC. This notice posted at the property on 8/4/22, posted at City Hall 9122. I'm sorry, in case number BE 22040071.
This case is not in compliance. City is asking for 42-day extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
At the bottom of page 25, property address 3801 Bayview Drive, owner City of Fort Lauderdale, case number BE 22040170. Notice delivered via email to Raymond Nazir, project manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale on 8/3/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
This case is not in compliance. City is asking for 42 days extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 26, property address 4143 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Gable Arms Condo Association, Inc., case number BE 22040125, notice posted at the property 8/11/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
Report has been filed, but it has failed. The city is asking for 180 days extension to come in compliance and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Bottom of page 26, property address 4720 Northwest 15th Ave, owner First Industrial LP, case number BE 22040208, notice posted at the property 8/5/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
This case is not in compliance. City is asking for 42 days extension and $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation exists, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 27 at the top, property address 4740 Northwest 15th Ave, owner First Industrial LP, case number BE 22040207, notice posted at the property on 8/5/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of Chief Oliva for the city. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report within the next 42 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
The bottom of page 27, property address 5201 Northwest 33rd Ave, owner AKF3SF Light Industrial LLC, in care of Adler Kawa Real Estate Advisors, case number BE 22040056, notice posted at the property on 8/5/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of Chief Oliva for the city. The report was submit, but it failed. 180-day extension is requested and $100 per day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Page 28 at the top, property address 5990 North Federal Highway, owner Violet Properties LLC, case number BE 22050098, notice posted at the property on 8/29/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of Chief Oliva for the city. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Property address 6260 Northwest 9th Ave, owner SunTrust Bank, South Florida, in care of SunTrust Corp Real Estate, case number BE 22040159, notice posted at the property 8/16/22, posted at City Hall 9122.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of Chief Oliva for the city. The required safety inspection report hasn't been approved. The city is asking for the owner to come into compliance by submitting the report in the next 42 days and a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist, 42 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
The bottom of page 28, property address 6340 Northwest 5th Way, case number BE 2204-0053, owner 6340 Northwest 5 Wolfpack LLC. Notice posted at the property 7/29/21, posted at City Hall 9/1/22.
Justin Dreschel on behalf of Chief Oliva for the city. The report was submitted, but it failed. A 180-day extension or a fine of $100 per day thereafter is requested.
I find the violation does exist, 180 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to page 30, Inspector Hector Suarez, property address 702 Northeast 5th Street, owner Farhana Kamani, case number BE 2204-40191. This case was first heard 8/18/22 to comply by 9/29/22. One section not complied at $50. City requests to vacate order of 8/18/22.
Okay, the order is of 8/18/22 is vacated.
Okay. Moving on to page 33, property address 1512 South Andrews Ave, owner North Broward Hospital District, Attention Real Estate, case number BE 211-10010. This case was first heard on 3/17/22 to comply by 4/14/22. One section complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $2,100.
The city's request is granted.
Page 34, property address 100 Southwest 3rd Ave, owner Nugent Avenue Retail LLC, case number BE 2204-0210. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 7/21/22. One section complied at $100. Total fines, $4,900. City's requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
Okay, the city's request is granted.
Okay, at this time, Your Honor, we would like to have all the cases that are listed on page 38 into the record as closed.
Okay, granted.
Thank you. This concludes our September 15, 2022 Special Magistrate hearing for the Building Division.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience and welcome to the Special Magistrate Lien Reduction hearing for September 15, 2022. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please stand and raise your right hand. If you are going to ask for a lien reduction, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and/or affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings? Thank you all. You may be seated and please silence any electronic devices. Our first case is on page 2 for the property located at 736 Northwest 15 Terrace, numbers 1 through 3. Owner MBA Investment Group 2, LLC. Case number CE 220503338 has a total lien value of $2,600 and city direct cost of $355.88, and the city is requesting $1,300.
All right, okay, sir, I recall your case. Give me just a second to review my notes. Okay. Change advertise, vacation rental. All right, sir, you were 13 days out of compliance. This was a citation that was issued and no appeal was received, so the violation was admitted. $2,600 was imposed. City's administrative costs exceed the amount of your offer, so your offer is rejected. You offered $250, and $355.88 is the administrative cost. Okay, anything you'd like to add further, sir? And first of all, let's state your name for the record.
Sure. Jansen,
Keep your voice up and speak right into the microphone.
Jansen, representing the owner.
Okay.
And basically, we actually have the vacation rental registration certification. And so we respectfully ask that it was reduced, the fine, because when we received the first violation, we took the ads down, and then we started the process, and we finally obtained the certification for vacation rental. So this request was just to reduce the fine, please.
Okay, all right, and case number CE 220503338. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the total lien amount and reduce the amount to $1,300. Is 30 days sufficient to pay that amount?
Would I please have an extension or just
60 days?
60 days.
Okay. Payable within 60 days. If not paid within 60 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 5 for the property located at 1308 Southwest 21st Lane. Owner Holland Mobile Home Park LLC. Case number CE 220303933. This case has a total lien value of $2,000 and city direct cost of $420.80. And the city is requesting $1,000.
All right. Okay, sir. Our maintenance manager is out with COVID. Okay, I recall your case. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, Your Honor. We took care of all the issues.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to. Okay, this was the one the administration. Okay. I'm going to grant your CE 220303933. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien. I'm going to reduce the lien to administrative cost of $420, payable within 30 days. If not payable within 30 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, administrative cost $420.80.
Our next case is on page 2 for the property located at 636 Northeast First Avenue. For the property owner 626 Flagler LLC, case number CE 21071063. This case has a total lien value of $9,800 and city direct cost of $1,190.71, and the city is requesting $4,900.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sebastian Jaramillo.
Good morning. Okay. Hang on one second, Byron. Oh, this is a case where, you sold the property, the buyer, agreed to take over the liens, and they didn't, and it fell back in your lap. State your name for the record, please.
Sebastian Jaramillo.
All right. Okay, go ahead. Anything else you'd like to add?
Just very quickly, Your Honor, this is a vacant lot, and it was transferred in the midst of the violations being issued and of there being a hearing before the special magistrate. And the violations were specifically for essentially not having any grass and a problem with the fence, and also because there was trash. Unfortunately, people kept dumping trash and abandoned vehicles in the front. So it took a little while to ensure compliance, and that was the issue why,
Okay.
some miscommunication with the client. So we would like to request a reduction to the city costs.
Okay, well, the city's administrative costs were greater than the offer, but in any event, that's moot. Okay, in the case CE 21071063, I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien. Going to reduce the lien to $4,900, payable within 30 days.
That's
payable within 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 1 for the property located at 528 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Sandra Beard. Case number CE 100400925. This case has a total lien value of $401,200 and city direct cost of $489.95, and the city is requesting $40,102. $120.
Give me 1 second. I have extensive notes on it. Okay. Okay, hang on. Okay, all right. I recall this case. Okay. Okay, ma'am, you purchased this property in 1978, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in 2011, you paid the city a $1,000 connection fee to be able to connect to the sewer.
Yes.
All right, and that's the violation. You're not connected to the city's sanitary sewer system. So having done that, though, you didn't do anything because you didn't think that there was any time limit about doing that.
Yes.
All right, so you never connected and you didn't think there was a time frame, and then you started renting out the property, right? Okay, and the property address with the property appraiser's office remained at that property, okay? So you weren't living there, you were renting it out.
Right.
So the city sent all notices and orders to the address of the property, and you say you didn't get any of them.
Any of them.
Okay. And you now run up over $400,000
Yes.
in liens, all right? And then you sold the property in December of 2021 for less than the amount of the liens. How did that happen?
Your Honor, I had no idea that there was a lien.
You just sold it and,
I was looking to sell it because I had ran into hard times.
okay.
But and
I
then
don't
in
understand
that
how
discovery,
it sold with that.
And it's a warranty deed. It's a warranty deed also, Your Honor. It's not
Yes.
even an as-is. It's a warranty deed that does not set forth the acknowledgement of the lien. I have no idea. Did the buyer pay cash?
No, it was due to the title search that they discovered. the
Speak right
lien.
into the microphone.
It was due to the title search that they discovered the lien, which brought it to my attention. I had no idea. I had received nothing.
Didn't
Your
know
Honor.
anything about the lien.
Nothing about the lien. Nothing. And I had
So was there money
tenants staying
escrowed?
there. Tenants were staying there, but no one ever informed me that they received any
all
kind of
right.
mail. And I didn't receive any mail at my primary residence either.
So when you sold the property via warranty deed, were there monies escrowed at the closing to
For the
address the
lien?
lien?
The buyer paid for the sewer connection to be completed, which it has been. And in the closing statement, they did reference $10,000 to in the event that there were any liens. And I spoke to the city and explained to them the whole situation, and they informed me that I still had to get the work done, which we did. And they said at that time, once it's completed, to come back to try to get a lien reduction. And this is what I'm trying to do now. Once they told me the amount that the outstanding lien was for, there was no way I could pay that.
Wait.
So I'm here
Were
hoping
funds
that you
escrowed?
can give
Is
me
that what
a
you-
lien reduction.
10,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had no idea. Nothing was sent to me.
Well, that
And
was-
I
it
can't
was-
understand
The
that.
problem is, it was sent to the house,
But
the
the
property.
tenants were staying there.
But you could have changed with the property appraiser's office, you could have changed the address where you wanted notices sent.
But everything else was coming to my primary resident after I moved out of the house and began to rent it. My property taxes and everything,
Yeah,
you know, and we paid the taxes
okay, so.
as ordered.
10,000 escrowed.
Yes, sir, that's what she said.
Okay, well, that
So
solves.
had I known this, I would have addressed it, the
that-
whole
That
situation.
mystery, okay.
And there was nothing that said, you know, that the sewer septic tank connection had to be done in a specific time period. I knew it had to be done, but there was no time, you know, that was specified.
Okay, so.
Had I known that, I would have taken care of it much sooner.
Okay, ma'am. CE 100400925, going to grant your request to reduce the total lien to $10,000, payable within 30 days.
$10,000?
That's the amount that was escrowed on a $400,000 obligation. That's
But
what I
I was
understood you to
hoping-
say.
I was hoping, Your Honor, that it could be reduced to zero. That's a long time for that lien to have been in effect. That's a long time for that lien to be in effect, and I'm not notified.
I'm sorry, did you get what she's saying?
She's still rehashing the fact that she didn't receive actual notice. And ma'am, what I think the magistrate has explained is that the city is obligated to provide legal notice. And when we provide legal notice, it's the address that's listed in the property appraiser's website. And so in the review of the file, it's been shown that the property address was the mailing address. So had you changed your mailing address earlier, you would have received the actual notice. So the fact that the tenants unfortunately did not provide you the notices that the city was sending, unfortunately, is not legally relevant to the providing of the notice to you, because under the law, we have to provide notice that's in the property, at the address listed on the property appraiser website.
But even
So,
with
for
the-
example, now the property is owned by a corporation.
Yes.
And it's listed, the mailing address is listed in Margate. So all of the notices, if there are any ever notices to go to the property owner, now will go to Margate because they changed the mailing address with the property appraiser.
I understand what you're saying. And from that time, this has been like over 20 years. From that time period up until the time we moved out of the house and started renting, everything else that pertained to that property was being sent to my primary resident.
Well,
My
the
taxes.
law says the city sends it to the address of the property unless another address is listed with the property appraiser. So, but we're talking about stuff that's neither here nor there.
But I was able to get my property taxes.
Oh, ma'am, there's $10,000.
Year after year.
Ma'am, there's $10,000 escrowed from the closing, correct? Correct?
Yes, it is, sir. And I was hoping that I could recoup some of that money because I do need, that was the purpose of selling the property. I even sold it for less so that I could get the monies, for what I needed. My hardship was just, it just went on with health issues and everything that was going on. My property was in foreclosure. I was dealing with a lot of stuff, Your Honor. I wasn't being negligent at all. I just was not informed.
Okay, all right, and now you were claiming financial hardship.
Yes.
You're living on Social Security and the
Yes.
sale proceeds.
And the what, sir?
Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna change my ruling, but I'm gonna reduce it to $5,000, okay? $5,000 paid within 30 days, not paid within 30 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Our next cases are on page 5 and 6. On page 5, case address 1905 Northwest 16th Court, owner Emmanuel Joseph, case number CE08101899. This case has a total lien value of $456,800 and city direct cost of $627.95, and the city is requesting $30,000. On page 6, case number CE16010833. This case has a total lien value of $93,000 and city direct cost of $940.42, and the city is requesting $10,000.
Okay, I recall this case, okay, you lived in the house, it went into foreclosure.
That's correct.
You managed to rescue it from foreclosure.
I was out of the property for about 3 years. The bank took over the property, and I think it was in 2013. The bank had took over the property. In 2016, between those years of time when the bank took over the property, the bank was not maintaining the property. And you can see as of 2016, upon records.
Did the bank ever take title to the property?
Yes, they did, because in 2016, you can see that's when I obtained the property. And I had no control of that property whatsoever for many years. And it's not till 2016. And when I got the property in 2016, there was not a roof on there. The fence was disarray. Trash was things were overgrown. I did everything I can. I went and pulled permit for roof, permit for the fencing. I did everything and even when the inspector came by and stuff like that, said, oh, you changed this property around and stuff like that. I said it was foreclosed. I got it back from the bank.
Okay, so now you're under contract to sell the property.
I was trying to go in and sell the property. Somebody was kind of interested in it. I said, well, I go ahead and take it. But apparently the person turned the property down.
I'm sorry, so you still under contract or not?
Not on contract with the person.
The contract to sell is gone.
That's done deal.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I'm talking about I had loved the property when I was able to get the property back from the bank.
You're gonna keep the property?
I'm gonna keep the property.
You're living in it
Yeah, but that's where my mom is and stuff like that. I'm talking about 97, and I'm talking about for years and years and years. And that's where all my brothers and sisters, we all try to manage to help pay whatever light bill, water bill, and everything to maintain the property. And all through those years, I'm talking about the best landscape around there, best paint job. We maintain the conditions in 2016 when I got the property back.
All right. Okay. So you're not selling the property?
No, sir.
All right, sir. Okay. Well, you offered $1 each, and that's,
because
rejected.
if I had any kind of wrongdoing, I fully understand that aspect of that. But I had no control after property foreclosure and stuff like that, and for numerous amount of years. And I was very appreciative of getting the property back, whatever. And I did whatever due diligence by pulling proper permits and stuff like that to maintain that property.
You've got huge liens on the property.
Yeah, but like I said, I didn't put those liens within the property because I had no control within that property.
Accrued when it was in the bank's ownership?
That's correct. Within that period, I think 2013, late 2013, going into 2016, I obtained the property back in 2016. The record will show you when I obtained. And from there was nothing. And even when I got through fixing up and everything that needed to clean up properly, put new sods and everything, and even was an inspector within 2016 came out and said, "Dolly, you got the property looking nice."
Okay, sir, you've still got to pay something to discharge these liens, okay?
Your Honor, just for clarification, the second violation that is on page 6 is from 2016.
That's when I obtained the property.
Right, so when he was stating that he took back over in 2016.
That's correct.
When he got the property back from the bank who vacated the final judgment.
Yeah, there's a 2008 case.
The second case, Your Honor. The second case on page 6
is a 2016 case.
Yes, sir. So that was a violation when he was fully and continuously in possession of the property.
Okay, all right. Okay, sir, you want to increase your offer?
I barely don't have, and I'm talking about I barely have the money in the bank. I'm talking about, like I said, me, my brothers and sisters, we doing whatever I do diligent to pay whatever bills that within the property.
All right, well, okay. Here's what I'm going to do. Case number CE 08101-899. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount. I'm going to reduce the amount to $1,000, payable within 30 days. Pay it within 30 days, 60 days.
Can you make it a half?
I'm sorry?
Can you make it a half of that amount?
No. Can you pay it within 60 days?
90 days?
Okay.
Again, if there's an issue for payment, just, indicate to the magistrate how long you may need to pay that.
Okay.
Okay. So you're going to have a hard time paying $1,000 in 60 days?
All right. I see what the rest of my family have to go ahead and try to get, because I want it off my case.
I know, but what he's asking, you need to advocate for yourself.
Yeah.
So
okay, then I go ahead and do it. I go ahead and do it.
Do you need 90 days?
No, 60 days should be.
Okay. Payable within 90 days. Not payable within 90 days will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. CE 1601-0833, I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount. I'm going to reduce it to administrative cost. This is as low as I could go. $940.42. Also payable within 90 days. If not payable within 90 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. Thank you, sir.
Okay, on that information, where do I obtain it to go ahead and pay?
You'll get an order in the mail with instructions.
So you're saying $940?
I'm sorry.
Right, the $942 and $940.42 on the one case, plus the $1,000 on the other case, both payable within 90 days. And as the magistrate said, you'll get
That's
an
as
order.
low as I can go.
Okay.
The ordinance does not allow, and just that's for everybody in the room, the ordinance does not allow the magistrate the authority to go below administrative costs on any case.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Our next two cases are on page 7 for the property located at 2115 Northeast 37th Drive, number 236. Owner Samuel D. Yohanan. The first case, case number CE110224434. This case has a total lien value of $867,000 and city direct cost of $175, and the city is requesting $10,000. Case number CE-19120624. This case has a total lien value of $115,500 and city direct cost of $1,369.55, and the city is requesting $20,000.
Good morning, Your Honor. Catherine Jennison on behalf of Mr. Samuel Yohanan. Mr. John Yohanan, who is the power of attorney for his brother Samuel, is present with me, along with attorney Bob Nichols, who has worked previously with Mr. Samuel Yohanan on various issues.
All right. Okay, so you're the brother. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And sir, and where do you fit in here?
Another lawyer.
Morning, Your Honor. I'm a private attorney, but I'm here basically to speak to Mr. Yohanan's mental illness as the reason that this occurred.
Okay. I recall this case very well, and I commend you, sir, for stepping in and trying to resolve this issue. You did the right thing.
I appreciate it.
And I appreciate that very much. Anything else you'd like to add? I mean, this has been going on a long time. First one, you got $867,000 in liens, which we need to make disappear. And the other one, I originally had a different figure, but I've got a new figure now of over $100,000. But anything else you'd like to add?
Just for Your Honor's consideration, Mr. Samuel Yohanan, who is the property owner, is a combat veteran with an extensive history of mental health disabilities. He's currently indigent and homeless. His brother is attempting to provide him assistance in that regard. This is Mr. Yohanan's sole asset, which we are hoping to recoup some in order to sell to provide him funds which to obtain housing.
All right. Well, getting these liens off of the property will go a long way toward doing that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. CE1102244. First of all, thank you for making a meaningful offer. I'm going to grant your request in that case to reduce the amount of the lien. I'm going to reduce the amount of the lien to $7,500, payable within 30 days. Payable within 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. CE191200624. Also going to reduce the amount of the lien to $7,500, payable within 30 days. Not payable within 30 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. Thank you.
Thank you so
much.
much.
That solves a lot of problems for you.
I believe it will. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
We appreciate your consideration.
I mean, I would just note to be helpful that there's on the property appraiser website, there's no additional exemption for a disabled veteran. So that may be something you all want to consider for further tax relief on the property. It's not there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 1 for the property located at 312 Northwest 7th Street. Owner First Ebenezer Missionary Christian Church, Inc. Case number CE 06070641. This case has a total lien value of $14,400 and city direct cost of $531.80. The city is requesting $7,200.
Okay.
Case number CE 16111185. This case has a total lien value of $13,800 and city direct cost of $731.68. And the city is requesting $6,900.
All right, ma'am, I recall this case very well. State your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Donna Goose on behalf of the First Ebenezer Missionary Christian Church.
Yeah, it was not connected to the sanitary sewer system, and you had continuing issues with grass overgrowth, et cetera, litter. All right, anything else you'd like to add, ma'am?
Your Honor, it's just that the property is not fenced in, so people would dump garbage and materials on the property. So the church did its best to try to keep the property in good condition. And again, it is a church, and they have different lots.
But the church has now sold the property.
It is sold. It is sold.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, ma'am. In CE 06070641, I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation of $7,200 payable within 30 days. Not payable within 30 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions. CE 16111185. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount and reduce it to $6,900, payable within 30 days, not paid within 30 days, revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. I said 30 days. I assume some funds are escrowed somewhere or funds available.
It is, Your Honor. I was just wondering if there's, it can be reduced a little bit more, because we thought we were going to be down to 10% of the outstanding liens.
I'm sorry, ma'am, if you'll speak into the microphone.
I said I was wondering if we could reduce it a little bit more, because we offered 10% of the outstanding lien.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, what happens with the 10%?
I said I was asking whether or not you could reduce it to 10% of the outstanding lien.
No, I'm going to stand by my ruling. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay.
Our next case is on page 5 for the property located at 1328 Cordova Road. Case number CE 22020241. Owner REG Vincenzo Family LP. This case has a total lien value of $7,800 and city direct cost of $499.48. And city is requesting $3,900.
All right, I recall the case. Sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Sure, Brian Gottlieb on behalf of the owners.
All right. And this was an out-of-town owner. This was a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance for the city. Anything you'd like to add, sir?
Yes, please. So the property was in compliance for years before, and due to some error, they didn't renew the certificate that needed to be renewed. As soon as they found out about it, they did so. They called for an inspection. It took 14 days to have the inspection. They did fail the first inspection only because some items were removed from the vacation rental without them knowing, such as exit signs, and there was a laminated book with emergency numbers on the table as required. Due to those not being there when they had it re-inspected, obviously it failed the first inspection. They immediately went ahead and put the property of what was missing into compliance, which they had already paid for the vacation rental matter that they had missed. It took another 14 days for the inspector to come out to say that the property was in compliance. Okay. So we have a long wait time of just getting fines when we were trying to get the property inspected, and I understand they failed it the first time. but then to get re-inspected, it took a while as well. And that's why we're asking for the fine to be reduced to $1,500. There was the wait time, and obviously we had it in compliance until the year that it wasn't, and that was just, like I said, it was an error by my clients. It was taken care of immediately, and just the only reason why they failed the inspection the first time was the fact that items were removed from the property that they were unaware of.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
CE 22020241, I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien. I'm going to reduce the amount of the lien to $2,500, payable within 30 days. Not paid within 30 days, revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Can I ask for 60 days, and only because my clients are out of town, I don't
60
want
days,
anything to
60
slip
days,
through.
60 days is fine.
Perfect, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Our next case is on page 8.
8.
Page 8. For the property located at 2607 Flamingo Lane. Owners, Carlos and Elizabeth Torres, Carlos Torres Trust and all others. Case number CE 19051876. This case has a total lien value of $13,000 and city direct cost of $1,955.74. And the city is requesting $3,900.
All right, so give me just a second. Okay. Okay, so tell me what happened here. You sold the property?
No, so we bought the property for my mom and my dad in October of last year. The prior owner had the issues with the permits and the liens, and he felt that he would be able to get it resolved in 90 days after closing. He asked for 6 months. We gave him 6 months. He didn't get anything resolved in those 6 months, so we took over the process in April. We were able to get the permits issued and closed.
All right. Did you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Jake Torres. I'm a co-trustee of the owner.
All right.
At the subject property.
All right.
From April to July, we were able to satisfy the requirements to close the violations, and I didn't know the process. Monique Drake helped us through everything, and she kind of guided us to this point. I didn't know that you couldn't go below the city administrative cost, so I just plugged in $100 there. So if I would say I would amend that to whatever the city administrative costs are. And I apologize for not knowing the process.
Okay, all right. Okay, so your mom and dad live in the house now?
Yes.
Okay.
My dad is also a disabled veteran.
Okay.
That takes advantage
All
of
right.
the tax.
Okay. All right, CE 19051876, I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien. So the administrative costs are $1,955.74. That's as low as I can go under the ordinance. I'm going to impose that amount payable within 30 days sufficient.
Could we have 60? 60?
Payable within 60 days. Not payable within 60 days will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next cases begin on page 7. On page 7, for the case address 2590 Northeast 43rd Street, owner Jonathan Prenz. Case number CE 22050482. This case has a total lien value of $1,800 and city direct cost of $407.48, and the city is requesting $900. On page 8, case number CE 22060258. This case has a total lien value of $3,200 and city direct cost of $413.80, and the city is requesting $1,600. Also on page 8 for case number CE 22070345. This case has a total lien value of $400 and city direct cost of $151.32, and the city is requesting no reduction for this particular case.
Okay. All right, so I recall this case. This was a citation. They were all citations. No appeal was received. No, maybe no, the first two were citations. All right. State your name for the record.
Joseph Amir.
All right. Again, I recall the case. Anything you'd like to add as to why you think these amounts should be reduced? You got $1,800 one on the first one. The city is requesting half of that. Okay. All right. Anything further? Go.
Yeah, so this property is a vacation rental.
If you'll speak right into the microphone and keep your voice up.
This property is a vacation rental. It's got all the licenses and it's fully compliant. For some reason, the neighbors are just not fond of this house being a vacation rental, and they've given us a hard time. We have many reasons to believe that they were rolling the trash out to the street and calling Inspector Oaks. I've spoken to Inspector Oaks many times before, and he's been super helpful. Every time he's given me a call and says the trash is out, I'd go roll it in, and the next day it'd be out again. Nobody was staying there. Cleaners were not there. There was an issue with the hedges. The owner has bought the property with those hedges. Those hedges have been on their property for like 20 years now. And all of a sudden, ever since it's become a vacation rental, neighbors are complaining that the hedges are dangerous. We've cut it as Inspector Oaks had requested, and then they asked us to, go back and cut it more. And now that we cut it more, we needed to put a fence in. We hired a contractor, pulled the correct permits, got a fence in, and we've been as super compliant as we possibly can. So, because of all of this headache, the owner has decided to put the property for sale because the neighbors are just constantly, complaining, and I'm just here to put in a request to see if you guys can reduce the lien for us.
All right. Okay, CE 2205048 I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien and accept the city's recommendation and accept $900 payable within 30 days.
Fine.
And if not paid within 30 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. CE 2206028 I'm also going to grant your request to reduce the amount. I'm going to accept your offer of $500 payable within 30 days.
Okay.
Not payable within 30 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions. And CE 2207035 I'm going to leave it at $400. I'm denying your request to reduce that amount. Thank you.
But this is all going to be mailed to us, you said? This will be mailed to us, the detail of what we just went over to make a payment?
Yes, you will get an order in the mail.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Our next case is on page 3 for the property located at 842 Southwest 11th Court. Owner, email Anur. Case number CE 211-00782. This case has a total lien value of $6,800 and city direct cost of $361.48.
Top of page 3.
I'm sorry.
Top of page 3.
Top of page 3.
Yes.
Okay. Why is that all?
And the city is in agreement with the applicant's offer of $3,400.
Oh, yes. Okay, that's, okay. I recall the case. State your name for the record, ma'am.
Your Honor, good afternoon. My name is Emel Onur, and this was my very first Airbnb property, vacation home property, and I am going to keep that house. It's my house, and what happened is when I gave the Airbnb management to a company, they had applied, but before the applications were resolved, they started renting, but as soon as they received the notice, they stopped and they applied for all the licenses. And again, sir, I did not know that we could offer something less.
Okay.
So I was just trying to be reasonable, and I said maybe I can offer half. I was wondering, for my honesty, at least, would you be kind enough to
Well,
give me a better
you
deal?
offered 3,400.
Yes, sir, I was
And
wondering.
the
if-
city suggested that I accept that offer, and I'm going to accept that offer. Okay.
If I would ask at 2,000, would you accept that, sir?
I'm sorry, say again, ma'am.
If I had asked less, would you accept that?
Well, you'd already offered the previous amount, so it's really hard to.
Would you be kind enough to grant that? Because I feel so stupid that I didn't ask for less. Because I don't have 5 Airbnb homes. I'm not a rich person, but I was just trying to be reasonable, but I did not know what reasonable is. If you could, I would appreciate it.
Without the required certificate of compliance.
We applied right away, sir. As soon as we got the notices, we applied, we fixed the house. I have all the licenses and everything now. And we had a really good relationship with our inspector. Whatever he said, we did it. Would you please excuse
Against my
me?
better judgment, I'm going to reduce it to $2,000.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
All right? Payable
Thank you.
within 30 days.
Would you be kind enough to do
60
60 days? 60?
60.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Okay, 60 days, not paid within 60 days will revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reduction. I usually don't do that.
I
after you-
appreciate, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Good luck.
Our next case is also on page 3. For the property located at 1233 to 1235 Northeast 6th Avenue, owner Bhaskar Vantakomu and Chandrasekhara Mata and all others. Case number CE 22050393. This case has a total lien value of $7,200. City direct cost of $420.80. The city is requesting $3,600.
We're at the bottom of page 3, correct? Okay, all right, I recall the case. This is a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance. And state your name, please.
Good afternoon. Ken Kwei Chang, representing the owners.
Okay, and you have the power of attorney. Where does the owner live?
So there are 3 different owners on this property. This is a duplex. One of the owners lives here in Florida, and he's the one who's technically managing the property itself. Now, I'm the management for 1233, the front unit. The rear unit, 1235, was managed by someone else. So at the time that this issue was cited, it was for 1235, because for us, for 1233, we had completed our compliance fully. With state licensing, city, everything all done together. I don't know what happened with the back unit, with the back management, but the owner had the impression that it was already completed by that management. When they got the notice back in May 14th, the owner that lives here in Florida actually had taken a trip in early May to India for personal reasons, for family reasons. I believe it was related to COVID, I'm not sure. But he left and he never got a hold of that notice in the mail or posted on the property. Long story short, I don't mean to prolong this. We are the ones who saw it since it was posted on the property and presented it to him. And as his reasoning was, he forwarded this to his management for 1235, the back unit. I think there's some lack of management from their end, and they never really took any definitive action to do it. They did call the city, but I think it was prolonged. And with the time difference, he wasn't able to get it fixed. So he reached out to us to take care of it. By the time he reached out to us, I think it was beyond the 14 days of compliance. So that's where we're at today. We're now managing the back now. It is in compliance. Immediately, as soon as we took a hold of that property, we had the inspection out there within 5 days, 6 days. And they're both in compliance now, and it passed fairly quickly.
Okay, I'm going to grant the request to reduce the amount of the lien. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation of $3,600, payable within, is 30 days sufficient, 60 days?
I'll give the 60 days if possible.
Payable within 60 days, not paid within 60 days will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 9.
I'm sorry, page
9.
9.
For the property located at 3451 Southwest 20th Court. Property owner Maria Lulu Gonzalez. Case number CE 19011-086. And I'll wait for our translator.
Okay.
Good morning.
You're going to translate?
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish? Thank you.
Okay.
Buenos días.
All right.
This case has a total lien value of $43,850. City direct cost of $818.08.
Okay.
And the city is
All right.
requesting $13,155.
Okay. Okay. And have her
Buenos
state-
días,
state-
mi
state her-
nombre es María Lulu
What is your,
González.
state your name, please.
María Lulu González.
All right, okay, you had a lot of work done on the property with no permit,
No,
okay?
no,
No?
no.
No, well, that's what's,
Yo solo hice una fence hace años y fui a la ciudad porque me llegó un papel de que había una violación.
She basically says that she actually did a fence, but then she got a paperwork from the city.
También un vecino me regaló un shelter, una casita, y la puse y quité la que yo tenía vieja de siempre.
One of the neighbors, next door neighbor, gave me a shed, a used shed, and I took my old shed out and replaced it with that one.
okay, but
Volví a la ciudad a querer sacar el permiso, pero me dijeron que necesitaba arquitecto o ingeniero y se me hacía mucho dinero y les dije que la iba a quitar y la quité enseguida la fence, dejé la casita.
So basically, the city inspector said that she needed paperwork or engineering, documents and such. And immediately I took it out and I took out the fence and left the shed
Que no tenía dinero para pagar.
because she didn't have any money to pay.
Entonces nadie me dijo nunca nada que yo tenía que hacer algún proceso para quitar algo o que me iban a dar una multa. Me vine a dar cuenta de la multa apenas hace un par de meses cuando quise sacar un permiso para poner las ventanas de impacto.
So she's actually saying that she had no idea that there was this lien or process that she needed to be done. And I only found out, or she only found out, when she wanted to renovate her windows, but the city told her that she had these outstanding fines.
Cuando supe la cantidad que era y todo eso, la verdad me puse muy mal. Hasta hoy mismo estoy hasta como temblando de nervios. Yo no trabajo, yo no puedo pagar esa cantidad. Y fue cuando empecé a buscar ayuda en la ciudad. Y fue cuando llegué hasta aquí ahora. Inclusive una señorita Moniz le ayudó mucho a mi hijo con los permisos, con las cosas que teníamos que hacer para llegar aquí.
I feel a little, I'm actually trembling at this time because I don't have the money or the capacity to actually pay
I'm
this
sorry.
fine.
So can you speak right into the microphone?
I'm sorry. She says that she feels she's trembling and she feels really bad because she doesn't have the money to actually pay the fine and she's not actually working. She basically came over to the city to ask for assistance or help. This lady, she mentions that she tried to help her out and how to come about this and basically advised her to come over here and speak with you today, sir.
Por esa razón estoy aquí y la verdad que apelo a su buena voluntad porque como le dije, yo no trabajo, yo no puedo pagar. Es demasiado para mí.
I'm actually asking you for your good faith to basically she wants to be left off the hook because she didn't know and she doesn't work. She's not working.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and, CE 1901186. Quite frankly, I didn't find her story very plausible, that she didn't understand, but nevertheless, I'm going to reduce the amount of the lien to administrative cost, $818.08.
De $43,000 a $800.
Okay.
Se me hace mucho dinero, yo no puedo pagar tanto.
I'm actually translating what you're saying, Your Honor. She's saying that that's too, that she cannot actually pay that
Okay, well,
800 and change dollars.
That's as low as I can go. Okay,
Yeah, if you could tell her the ordinance does not allow.
yeah, that's,
Okay.
Sí.
Yo soy un oficial y la ordenanza explica o dice que el juez ni la ciudad puede ir más abajo de lo que es los gastos administrativos. Entonces, los gastos administrativos hoy en día son $818 y unos cuantos centavos. El juez le está bajando completamente de $43,000 de multa a los gastos administrativos. Y esos gastos administrativos no son flexibles, son un costo fijo, básicamente. Your Honor, I basically explained to her that you are actually being very generous from going from $43,000 all the way to $800 and change. And I explained to her also that by city ordinance, we cannot lower the administrative costs. Administrative costs are a set price,
Right.
basically.
so, can she pay it within 90 days?
Puedes pagar esos $800 en 90 días, en un lapso de 90 días.
No puedo, pero tengo que hacerlo por limpiar esta situación que no me tiene contenta. El problema, no estoy bien. Tengo que hacerlo.
She says she's not happy, but she is willing to pay for it within the 90 days, even though she says that she had no idea about this thing.
Okay, but she can pay it within 90 days.
Puedes pagar dentro de los 90 días, dentro de un lapso de 90 días.
Pues sí, si no hay más plazos, está bien.
She's saying yes.
She can, okay.
And
All right.
because explain to her that what the magistrate's going to say about the
Yeah,
going back up.
it's, if it's not paid within 90 days, it will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction. Maybe we better give her some more time, I think. Let's do 120 days, payable with 120
90
days.
days is okay? He says 90 is okay.
Okay, you 90? Okay, all right, so we'll do 90 days.
Let me explain to her in Spanish.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Le van a dar, y su hijo que está acá, él entendió que le vamos a dar o se le va a dar los 90 días para pagar los 800 y algo de dólares que es los gastos administrativos. Si usted no paga los $800 dentro de los 90 días, la multa original de $43,000 se revierte otra vez y no va a haber caso o no va a estar apto para volver a venir y explicarle. Entonces, le recomienda que pague los 800.
Okay.
All right. Okay, done.
Muchas gracias.
A la orden, señora.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You'll get an order in the mail.
Recibir una orden en el correo. Si tiene algún problema, venga acá y nosotros le podemos traducir. Okay?
Muy amable. Gracias. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is, thank you, Inspector Caracas.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 3 for the property located at 1209 Guava Isle. Owner Nicholas Rendinel. Case number CE 22020032. This case has a total lien value of $4,000 and city direct cost of $361.40, and the city is requesting $2,000.
Okay, all right, okay. Sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor, Nick Rendinel, the property owner.
All right. Okay, I recall this case, the owner, what, lives in Ohio?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, and this was a citation that was issued, no appeal was received, $4,000 was imposed. All right. Let me see what. Okay, so you continue 20 days out of compliance. Okay, anything you'd like to add, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. And first of all, sorry, I'm pretty nervous. I'm not good at speaking in public. So first of all, this is the only property I own. I rent a house in Ohio. This is the house I eventually want to live in. I'm Airbnb-ing it to offset the cost of the mortgage until I'm able to fully take over those payments. I've done nothing but care for this property. I've put in new hurricane impact windows and doors. You know, I come down here on my own and landscape. I hire local companies. You know, my guy Ivory does my landscaping, and my guy Alex takes care of the pool. I do nothing but try to make this property better. That being said, when I first set this up as an Airbnb, I was very new to it. So I had one of my good friends' mothers, who's a real estate agent. Her name's Carol. She's a very nice lady. She set everything up with the DBPR between the city, the county of Broward, and the state of Florida. And at the time, she was living in West Palm Beach on George Bush Boulevard. So she had it set up to where everything from the city was going to her at this address. So to make a long story short, when I came to visit in July and do some work around the property is the first time I got the certified mail. You know, it was going in my mailbox and just sitting there. I had no idea. So I had called up the city and I said, hey, I want to resolve this. I want to be in compliance. Anything that I owe you guys, I'd like to pay. I'm not rich. I'm a foreman for a commercial roofing company. It took everything I had to make my dream come true to buy this home. And, I just want to be in compliance with you guys. I understand that, I didn't, every inspection I've gotten has been flawless. I'm in compliance totally with the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I've gone through those channels. I'd like to offer to pay an amount, but $4,000 would really just kill me. I think I offered $500 and I could pay that today to you guys. I guess that's all I really have to say. I'm trying to be in compliance as much as possible and hope you'll be generous for me.
Okay. In CE 220200032, I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien. Going to reduce the lien to $1,000, payable within 30 days. Not paid within 30 days, revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions. Thank you, sir.
There's no possible way I could pay $500.
I'm going to make it 1,000. Is 30 days not sufficient?
Yes, Your Honor.
You need 60 days to pay? That's fine.
No.
You sure?
No, I could pay it.
You need more time than 30 days or not?
No, Your Honor, I could pay it in 30 days.
30 days. Okay, good.
And can I pay it in person somewhere here? I flew, the only reason I requested $500 is I flew down here from Cleveland. I got a round trip for $300. I'm missing work today and tomorrow. Okay. That's costing me another $400.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. I've made my ruling. Thank you.
Where can I pay it?
If you want to pay it in person, it still will not be able to be paid until Monday because we still have to input this information in the system. Okay. But you are able to pay it online once we do, so you wouldn't have to come back.
And where's the paperwork going to be sent, just so I know? Is it going to be sent to my address in Ohio, or do you not have that information on you?
No, it's going to be sent to the property address because that's what's listed on BCPA.
Okay.
Your Ohio address isn't listed with the property appraiser.
Send Monique an email and ask her to send you a copy to the Ohio address as well. But we're going to send it to wherever the property is listed on BCPA, so I'm not sure what it says.
Going forward, how do I get everything to come to my Ohio address?
Broward County Property Appraiser's Office. You'll have to contact them directly.
The Property Appraiser's Office?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Our next case is on page 2 for the property located at 548 Northeast 11th Avenue. Owner NEPL2 LLC. Case number CE 22040198. This case has a total lien value of $4,800. and city direct cost of $374.80, and the city requesting $2,400.
All right, I'm reviewing my notes here. I recall the case. Okay, there's a property vacation rental utilized without the certificate of compliance. All right, state your name, please.
Hi, Your Honor. My name is Jack Lepselter, here on behalf of the owner.
All right, I recall the case. The total fine is $4,800. The city's requesting a 50% discount on that. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, Your Honor, we appreciate any type of reduction on this, and the property is in full compliance. We did have a little trouble getting an inspection done, so that did add to the timeline there, but everything is completely complied with now.
Okay. Case number CE 220400198. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien, accept the city's recommendation of $2,400, payable within 30 days. Is 30 days sufficient?
30 days is good, thank you.
Payable in the 30 days, if not paid within 30 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reduction.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 9. For the property located at 2725 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Sergey Hasnovsky. Case number CE 22030536. This case has a total lien value of $1,450 and city direct cost of $414.14, and the city is requesting $580.
All right, sir. State your name for the record, please.
Name Eugene Dyson. I'm representing the owner.
All right.
Pretty much
I
comply.
recall this case. I mean, the administrative costs are $414.14. City's requested $580, which is not much.
Take care of the problem right away.
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, if you take care of it right away, the problem was occur. I didn't even know that it'd been increased to 1,400. That's why I sent one, the original ticket.
7 days, trash cart issues. Okay. All right. Okay. CE 22030536. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien amount and reduce the amount to $580, payable within 30 days.
That's fine.
Not paid within 30 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the Special Magistrate Lien Reduction Agenda for September 15, 2022.